Hey, let us get started. Welcome, everybody, to today's show. It's not really a show, it's more chilling, developing, stuff like that. How's life? It is a wonderful morning in the beautiful country of Switzerland. Not a cloud in the sky, sun flooding all over. It's a bit nippy, to be sure, since, by celestial measurements, it is currently 8 a.m., so the sun hasn't been up that long. But so have I, because I'm the kind of annoying person who gets up with the sun and never feels tired. Weird how that happens when you go to bed at a reasonable and consistent time. I'm having a great day so far, despite, well, what I was alluding to previously. Daylight savings time, boo! But, doesn't really matter what you call the time, does it? Why am I having a great time? Why am I having a great day? Exactly. Because we get to work on Hit Idle. Woo! And every day with Hit Idle is a great day. So, what have we achieved? What shall we do today? Well, we've actually managed to, in a very good time, implement the undo and redo systems within poster artistry, at which point we simultaneously created what I think is a interesting pattern in order to store and load the states to be able to undo and redo it. If we give it a little bit of drawing, like so, then we have, I think it's U4, yes. We got U4, you go on top, let's hit it best. If we do a bit of drawing now, and then U and ooh. Aha. If we do a bit of drawing, if you accidentally do something that you don't want, ta-da! You can just undo it. Isn't that wonderful? Truly it is. So you can... It's not unlimited, because memory on the computer is unfortunately a limited thing, and GameMaker will, in fact, allow your game to just claim all the memory, and then bad things happen once the player runs out of RAM. But in order to not do that, it is limited to 20 steps, which I think is more than fair, only allowing you 20 steps back into the past, because hell, even 10 would be plenty enough. It's not like this is exactly a professional software where you need super high fidelity artwork. This is just a mini game in a cutesy little idle game. It'll do. Right. Okay. So that is implemented, that just works. The reason that it was complicated in the first place is that these requirements down here on the memo and the paper are only tangentially connected. Excuse me, give me one moment, I still got something tickling in my throat. There we are. Okay, right, these are only tangentially connected because it's not like the game looks at the paper and then decides what is what. It doesn't look at, hey, does it have a butterfly's name on it visually? No, how it works is that once you use the butterfly name stamp, it both gets transferred onto the surface, that is the paper, and the memo gets notified, hey, the player has just drawn butterfly's name. And the requirements memo keeps track of all that you've done in the current drawing, which is awesome. That's great. Comma, but that means, of course, there's only so much that we can do, because, for instance, if we now draw over a butterfly, like so, she may no longer visually be there, but as far as the memo is concerned, she is, because, I mean, how would you even? I mean, you could, if you desperately wanted, you could keep track of where she's been drawn and then make like a bounding box, and if all pixels of that bounding box have been drawn over, keeping in mind that you can also rotate these, if all pixels from her bounding box have been drawn over by something that has been drawn after butterfly was drawn, because if I now draw her name again, then obviously it is visible again. So you could do that, but we aren't doing it. It would be silly. Instead, what we are doing is the undo and redo buttons. There's now a list of states that the minigame was in, how the paper looked at the time, and what requirements were met at that time, so that you can go back. You can also go forth to any point where you decide you want to resume drawing from. Right, so that's in, that's implemented, that's working, it's beautiful. There is one thing that I'm not sure I should address right now. I probably would want to, and that is, the thing is, it's not relevant for the demo. So let's crumple this up, and I'm sorry, I said, and yeet. It makes me smile. It really does. There's one thing that isn't relevant to the demo, but which is relevant, that this is in the poster requirements object. So there is one more part of state that we should probably attend to. I might already have. I might be the best person ever. I might be God's gift to Earth. But let's see. What I'm talking about is in the hit variation of this minigame, there's an additional requirement. There are in fact two requirements. The basic of it is, I can show this off actually. If we go to the release build, I should be in a state that I can show it. No, I really can't. Sorry, my bad. Can't show it. But in the hit variation of this game, when you are on a special mission, You need to make a plan in order for your star, the idol who just performed the special mission, to escape and rejoin their comrades in order to not be associated with the unfortunate thing that just happened. Weird that. Unfortunately, of course, these concert venues are all literal labyrinths, and there's things in the way like nosy staff members or doors or fans that maybe shouldn't see you before you've had a change of clothes. So you need to make your way through the labyrinth while dealing with hazards using these same drawing controls. You have to draw a path like the maze on the back of the menu of a restaurant or on the back of a cereal box. And in that, in order to facilitate that, of course, there are additional requirements that you need to make it from start to finish, and each of your band members, each helper, can only be used once. Because they can't be in multiple places either, but they can deal with one hazard each for you, as you'll also have to. We can actually take a short little look at the mazes as far as they exist. I also need to make more of them. Currently this is the only one, but I've held off on it because it's irrelevant to the demo. You would never see this content in the demo. So that's the basic idea, yeah? You start here, make your way somehow to the exit. Right. Now, the question that poses itself is, why are there always so many tabs? Why? There, close all but this. The question that poses itself is, does this state also get preserved with undo and redo, or does it need to be saved separately? The cool thing is, I'm pretty sure it does. I'm pretty sure I am the best. Because how this is implemented is that down here, when we tell the same poster requirements object to add the escape requirements, it just adds requirements. Yeah? And in order to store the state, what we do is we look at the requirements array, which contains these new ones. These, as part of being created, they are put into the requirements array. So we take the current amounts of each requirement and store it. And, well, since this doesn't care what is in the requirements array, it'll take those requirements and it'll store their states too. So there's nothing that needs to be done here. Weird! Making a solution that is clean and works with the data as it is means that I don't need to make fancy special cases. Weird that. Yeah. I do like to code in this way. Specifically, I guess we can call it calling it a spade. So don't over abstract. Well, that's a lie. I always over abstract, but don't make something special out of something that isn't. The escape and maximum helper requirements might be something different that is only added in the variation of the minigame, but they are fundamentally just requirements. They are checked using the same logic, they are added using the same logic, so they are in the same place. And the consequence of that is, because they aren't in any special place, and they aren't any specific different kind of objects, they just work. They are the same thing, so they get treated the same, so they work the same. Excellent. Right. Now, just question. Does this method even still get used? I don't know. Game Maker says no. I say, who knows? Really. This would be if it is used. If it is used, then first off it would be reset parentheses. That's better, that's easier to read. Let me step this way. That doesn't look like it is, does it? Because the only times that we call a reset function is to reset the settings and in order to reset the state of the hazards. There it is. There is something that we do need to change for escape artistry, because the hazards are how they are treated is they spawn on the maze, and when you deal with them by drawing a band member's name on top of them, then they become solved. How that works is hazards. Let's look at that. So we have a list of locations where they are, and when you draw over them, well, they're not objects in their own rights, they are just represented by sprites with angry faces put at the locations where the hazards are. And when you draw over them, we try to find a hazard that is within range of where you've drawn over them, and this is quite forgiving. It's like, what's it? Solve range equals 28 pixels. So this is super forgiving. It tries to find it, and if it does find one, if you've drawn over a hazard, then it will tell it to solve the hazard. In this case, it's not an object, but it is a struct. It has a constructor. So that'll be here. Data structures, minigames, poster artistry, hazard. And that's as simple as it gets. It's given an origin, it has its own exclusion zone. The exclusion zone in this case meaning you can't draw over it, which again, it's not that you can draw wherever you want, but there's special logic that checks each and every single wall for whether your path intersected with them or something. No, you literally can't draw on top of a wall or a hazard, so because you can't draw over them, you can't connect a line. And because you can't connect the line, you can't connect start and end. It is that simple. Hello, Brent. How's life? So, I am currently thinking this is not perfectly relevant for the demo, but if I can easily get to it, I might as well. So, with the poster artistry undo and redo functionality that we've managed to implement yesterday, there is one more thing, that in the hit variation you have a list of hazards that the only relevant state of them is whether or not they are currently solved. I don't know why solved is initialized to true, to be honest, but I would imagine that they are trying to work on your devlog right now. Wasted a lot of time. Ugh. Don't worry about it. Working as hard as you can, get it done before bedtime. Huh. I'm glad I can keep you company, I suppose. Let's see, where are the hazards resets? I would imagine this is a different function, but it is in here. No, it's not, because the requirements don't know about the hazards, because as far as the requirement cares, they don't exist. The requirements only cares that there is one continuous line going between start and end. So let's see. This will be in reset paper, yes. Reset them, adds them all to the exclusion zone, and the reason that we start with them being unreset is that we reset the paper as part of preparing our escape plan. This is the entire setup for this minigame variation. Essentially, we set up such that instead of resetting to white, you reset to a state of well, having the plan drawn on and the start and end. Now. So we create our hazards and we reset. Now that means we need to put this into the state of the paper, how the hazards were, and I think we are going to do this similarly as we did the requirements, where instead of duplicating the entire hazard and making a big hash of things, what we're going to do is we're going to do something that is a little bit icky, it's a little vulnerable. What we're going to do is when we create our state, and let me just do a quick look. Yes, hazards is always initialized, but it is empty if it's not in use. So when we create our state, hazards state, I'm gonna call it. We look at our hazards, and for each of them we store only is it solved or is it not. I'll be honest, I don't love using array and similar functions like array map, uh, array reduce, whatever. I don't like using these in GameMaker, not because they're not powerful, but because they are clunky. Clunky is all. Largely because GameMaker doesn't have closures, so let's say I really desperately wanted to use this array inside here, doesn't work. There's a very good reason why that doesn't work. If you want, I can talk for an hour or more about how complicated using a variable inside a function like this actually is. But I don't think that's terribly interesting. I guess, can I put this into a few sentences? Yes. Even though the function is visually in the code here, it's not executed here. After all, what we're doing is we are creating a function object. This is basically a script asset, just without a name. So that lives somewhere. That is just the asset which is passed into the function. So we are in a completely different scope here. Once the function is called and executed, so it would only make sense that we lose the context of where we created this. So that makes sense. Of course, in every programming language that man has evolved to use that are not GameMaker, you still can because they feature closures, but it's a little bit more complicated to copy the states that you want into the function. Also, funny things happen if you do it wrong. Let's see. We return element is solved, I believe. Yes. So we're just gonna store, is this solved or not? And sorry, port is on pause. We're gonna store this, and we are going to implicitly associate the hazard with its boolean for whether or not it was solved by the order. I don't love that because it is implicit, and there's a million ways that this can go wrong. Just look at how any SNES, N64, whatever game gets broken. You know the arbitrary code execution in Link to the Past? No, not Link to the Past, in Ocarina of Time. That's literally because of this. That's because Ocarina of Time associates Link is carrying whatever is in object slot 3. But whatever is in object slot 3 might change, it might deload. So then you get a reference that points to somewhere, and you can execute code on that object, which happens to have landed in object slot number 3 after the original content deloaded. And from there, you know, world zero is that. But the transferring the state. This is really interesting, I'll admit. It's not like a closure is something that you even really think about when you use them. It's just, oh, I have this variable here and I want to use it inside this function, so I do. All the cool stuff happens behind the scenes. It's like having to copy this into a global variable so that when this function is executed, it has access to that value. And calling it a global value is actually not that wrong, because again, if you do closures wrong, you have very funny effects. For instance, there is actually no guarantee that this function will be executed in the order of the array. And that's not just a gamer thing. Even in Java, even anywhere, if you do this kind of call, it is not guaranteed that the function will be executed for the first element, then the second, and so on. So if you modify what this value is, first we will set up our function call, and the program will get to it sometime. Usually what happens is it sets up all of these calls, like if this was inside a loop, yeah. If this was inside a loop and we did this 5 times, it would first execute this code, setting up a function call 5 times, and then it would actually do it, which means each execution has the last value of the modified variable, which is why you're not supposed to modify anything that gets passed into a function like this. Anyway, that's all fancy and I feel very smart. The point is, this gives us our hazard state. We can now add this as part of the paper state. So this is the type hazard state. This is an array of booleans. And then it's a bunch of boilerplate code that has its state. Has its state. Yeah, but I'm reminded of something that I want to show off. One may recall, if one was there yesterday, that I had a little issue that it wasn't saving and loading the freehand drawings correctly. What was happening was, when you do a bunch of drawings, yeah, it saves what the freehand drawings are, and the freehand drawings, that's an array of hash sets. So it's an array of objects. This should already give you alarm bells, because of course we can copy an array and we'll have a second array, but we still have the same references. So let's say we have this kind of array. If we copy it, work with me cursor. If we copy it, for numbers all is well, because these are just direct values. So it doesn't matter whether this is, well, what's written here is literally the number 2. But if you have an object inside of your array, this is now a reference to the same object. So if I modify the object that I find inside the second array, this is also going to get modified, because it's the same objects, right? We're not copying the reference, we are only, well, we are copying the reference, we're not copying the object. In order to fix that, you need to be careful, and you need to perform what's called a deep copy, or a deep clone, or something, whatever you may want to call it. The point is, you need to not only copy the array, you need to also make sure to clone each individual object within the array, so that it is a different object with no reference to what it was previously. That is really important in order for you to have a fresh copy. Right, so you need to do that when you get and store the state. What's funny is you also have to do that when you restore the state, because otherwise, well, you get the same issue, yeah? If we load the state, but we don't copy it, if we just load the state, then we are now assigning this to the same array with the same object references. So as soon as we modify our freehand drawings, we are modifying the same objects that are in the stored state. So let's say, for example, I have a single freehand drawing that is a single pixel. I store this in the state. I then load the state by undoing from a previous one, and then I scribble all over, so now my single freehand drawing is significantly larger. Well, this gets stored in the state. So when I once again undo into this state, well, I still got the same object reference, so even though the paper shows me a single pixel, internally it thinks that the single freehand drawing is really large. It's drawing over the entire paper. So you need to copy both when you store it, such that the state that you saved is unaffected when you make further changes to your objects. You also need to copy when you load it, so that the stored copy is unaffected by further changes. That might seem technical, that might seem like something you don't really need to deal with. And it's true, it doesn't come up often. On the other hand, we're making games here. Saved states are pretty important to us. And it's insidious, it is hard to find, it is hard to debug, so please keep it in mind. If you have any references to objects, be it arrays of objects or even just an object that you store, you need to make sure that the references are disconnected, that whether saving or loading, modifying the objects after you've done your operation does not modify the original copy. That's important. And so that's how I fixed that issue. Right. Man, it's yapping time already, I suppose. So, we now have this stored in our states. What we need to do, naturally, is we need to restore the state, which is going to be simple enough. For each var hazards state is drawable paper state get hazards state. Yeah, made that? Yes. For all of them, so array laying this. For all of them, we want to synchronize the hazard that we have with our stored state. And I know I've just talked about how you need to copy and all that, but whether or not a hazard is solved is the only thing that changes about it. So we can safely store that as a boolean and only restore that. We don't need to change the center point or the exclusion zone. It will in fact be a bad idea, because the exclusion zone is, well, it needs to be recalculated, and there would be no point because it doesn't change. So, for each of these, if hazard state I, so if it is solved, then hazards I solve. Make sure it is solved. Else hazards I reset. Now that mostly gets us there, comma, but not entirely, because that accurately tracks whether a given hazard is solved, but you may have noticed solved or not is just a simple boolean, because the hazard, that's all that it tracks. That's for the purposes of the actually, what is that for? Give it a quick search. Does this even matter? Yeah, we store. Yeah, right. We store it in order to not process hazards that we have solved. Yeah, when we redraw the paper. So, what we need to do is so I've talked about there is this thing called the exclusion zone, which sounds really scary. I think that might even be a concept in Stalker, if not in Chernobyl, but it is quite literal. Also, I need to turn this off. It is just that, let's see, this color. You cannot draw over the walls, so each wall has a field around it that you can't draw in. Likewise, so does each hazard. Each hazard has a box around it that blocks your drawing. Which means we need to restore the state of the exclusion zone, because when you solve a hazard and you fix it, then the hazard is removed from the exclusion zone and you can then draw your path over it. But here we would once again have to stop because this hazard is unsolved. Right. So there are a few possible approaches. I could, of course, create and store a copy of the exclusion zone as it exists at that point, but that would be a little bit of a waste, though it might be useful. It might be that that is the better solution because it consumes more memory, though insignificantly so. Like, this is going to be a struct which isn't even that big, because out of the, well, it is 120 times 144 big at worst, because that's how big the image is. Practically it's maybe 10% that size. And keep in mind, it's just a struct, so it's not going to be much. It's not going to be much storage space at all. So that's one option, that is trading memory usage for performance. The alternative solution that I want to think about is that we reset the exclusion zone every time that we every time that we restore our state, and then we go through the hazards and we go, okay, are you solved? If so, awesome. And if so, then remove your points from the exclusion zone. However, that being said, I now remember how we are processing this. How it works is this is actually done frame by frame, because the game would hang for a little bit if I did it all at once. Usually I say performance doesn't matter, just make the code readable. At this point, because we do have to process a good few thousand points. A few thousand is a lie, but we do have to process several points. At least 5, that's as high as I can count. Because we have to... Because we have to process these. We actually would prefer not to recalculate the exclusion zone. We do it at the start, but after that we never do it again. Yeah, the fixed exclusion zone is never recalculated. It's only that if we solve a hazard, we remove its exclusion points, and then when we reset the paper down here, if a hazard is solved, we reset it and add its exclusion points back in. So, at no point do we at no point do we completely reset the exclusion zone. Now, we could, obviously, we could like we could save a template that is restored and recalculate that, but I think I have an even cooler idea. I have a cooler idea, which is we can only do a partial diff. What I mean by that is we can say, we can also ask the hazard, hey, are you already solved when we are trying to solve you, or are you already unsolved when we are trying to reset you? Because if it is, then we don't need to do anything. Yeah? So let's say was solved is hazards I dot is solved, and let's just extract this into a variable because we are accessing the hazards array several times, and as soon as you do something more than once, you should put something into a variable. Woo! There we are. So if we want to solve it and it wasn't solved already, then solve it. Else if we want to unset it, or if we want to reset it and it was solved, then reset it. Otherwise, if neither of these things is true, then the hazard is already in the state that it's supposed to be. So we don't need to do anything. And in that case, we can then steal some code. In fact, hey, we get to do more abstracting. That's my favorite thing. We can even do this better. Let's say we put this right here. Function reset hazard if bold. And we're just going to steal this code that I'm currently covering, which we're already calling a reset paper, which looks, is the hazard currently already solved? We need to give this as an argument. Is the hazard currently solved? If yes, reset it and remove it, no, add it to the exclusion zone. If it isn't already solved, if it doesn't need to be reset, if its points are already in the exclusion zone, then don't do anything. So the hazard is in fact going to be a hazard, and there we are. So we can now call this reset hazard if solved, this one. And this is the best part. Now that we have abstracted this, we can go up here, and instead of extracting whether the hazard was solved to begin with, instead of doing this icky if where we need to both check, is this true and that not? Okay, otherwise if this isn't true and that is, that's fine. There are worse if statements that you can write, but if possible, you really want to write your if statements in a way that you have a true state, in which case you do a thing, and in all other cases you do a different thing. Else if is sometimes necessary, but icky. So instead of sorry, I've abstracted the wrong thing. Instead of checking was this solved already, I can just say if the state is that it should not be solved, if it should be reset, then, well, call reset hazard if solved, which is itself going to look at, is the hazard currently solved? And reset it if it is, and add its points back into the exclusion zone. And naturally, if it isn't, if we don't need to do anything, then we don't. And likewise, we can do the opposite. Dot solve. Yeah. We can take this, we can abstract this. In fact, this is slightly dirty because this right here, I mean, this works. But you'll notice it never checks for whether the hazard is solved or not. So we are going to grab this code. We're gonna put this right next to reset hazard if solved. So function solve hazard if unsolved, and we're going to do the exact same thing. And we are going to grab you. In fact, I mean, this is fine, right? This is a two-line if, but of course there's also a cooler way to go about it, which I'll show you as soon as I have checked this. Instead of putting any code inside of an if, avoid indentation if you can. So, how can we? Well, here we want to look if the hazard is solved. So, it already is solved, we don't need to do anything, then return out. Which means if we reach this code, then we know that the hazard is unsolved. So we don't need to do an if. And comparing this, we can do the same thing up here. We can move the code out of the if statement. And we can call this if it is not solved, return. Yeah. I'll just lay these out the same way. Beautiful. Now I need to grab this function and bring it back to where I've stolen it from. There we are. And with our new abstraction, we now have this code being executed in exactly one place. So we can bring the abstraction here, safe in the knowledge that it is going to work exactly the same way. We can get rid of the else if now. There we are. There we go. We don't need to care, do we need to update the exclusion zone or not? The function, the abstraction does it for us. In fact, I am going to add one tiny little more abstraction. Function that hazard state if necessary, which is just going to combine both of these in order to remove the if from inside the loop. This is another This is another funny little trick that you can do. So do some type checking. So hazard is a hazard. Have we reached syntactic satiation yet? Does hazard stop sounding like a word? So this is a Boolean. And what this function is going to do is quite literally this from up here. It's gonna ask, hey, should it be solved? If yes, then solve it if it is unsolved. If it should be solved, there we are. If it should be solved, then solve it if it isn't already. Otherwise, if it should not be solved, if it should be reset, then reset it if that is necessary. And that allows us to go into our original loop and just make the one statement, thereby obsoleting the need for an if statement inside the loop. Which is good. Never nest. Don't put multiple levels of indentation if you can avoid it. Okay, so this is going to be a little difficult to test. It's also irrelevant, really. All that we need to do is we need to make sure that it doesn't break the demo part. After that, if it's broken, I can get to that. So we can look at that in a moment, and I've got a few more beautiful things that we can take care of, but it is the top of the hour. I am about to explode in many ways. because it is part for me to take my first midstream break. So gonna stretch my legs a little, use the restroom. You guys feel free to do the same. Gonna run some ads in order to make the pre-rolls stay away. Don't worry, you're not gonna miss anything. Gonna go on a short little break, and when we return, we can take care of a few minor things that I noticed that I want to get done for the demo, update, as it were. And then, I suppose, we are going to have a state that we are happy with. Big hype. See you in a sec. Okay, and that should be about over. So let us continue. Well, there we are. There it is. So, making a devlog, eh? I need to do that. I don't imagine it's going to be too terrible. Unless I am vastly underestimating the task. But yeah, done it a few times. Maybe I'm just imagining something different as a devlog than it's actually supposed to be. Because what I'm imagining is it's going to be mostly a text post with a few demonstrations of the cool stuff I've done. That's not too difficult, is it? Question mark? We're going to find out, I suppose. So, let us attend to what we didn't previously, before we were bursting at the seams. Let's give this a test and make sure that it doesn't crash. Logically, there's no reason why it should if I've done my job right. Okay, so it loads in alright. That's good. What? What in the world was that noise? That was spooky. Give me 2 seconds. Make sure I'm not being murdered. If it is a murder, then it is a sneaky one. No, it was the neighbors dropping a thing. Everything is fine. So, I've got some niggly feeling in the back of my head that we might need to slightly adjust how restore points work for escape artistry, the hit variation of this minigame. Might have to, on account of we want to make a we want to make sure that when you fully go back, that the reset point you reach is including the plan. And I think at the moment it would be that you restore to this point with nothing on it, which would be icky. But that we just have to test. And I don't know, I don't particularly feel like doing that right now. Not when instead I could be drawing beautiful things. Like so. Look! It's an elephant. Anyway. Oh, that appears to be working just fine. Yep, still works. Perfect. Okay. I suppose that's that. Wonderful. We just need to put a little to-do, I suppose. I don't like writing to-dos because they are comments, and we know how binding comments are, don't we? And as a bit of background, the code base that I work on in my day job as a Java developer is, in parts, it is older than me. It is quite old, and sometimes you find a rare treasure, a to-do comment left by a developer who may or may not even still be there, saying that something really needs to be reworked and pretty soon. And somehow those comments are never any younger than 10 years. And accordingly, we have a policy, actually, in review, that if you do put down a to-do, then you need to be able to find it, and you need to tag it with your name and or a specific issue when it does get addressed. Hell, ideally you just don't put down the to-do, just if there's something that you don't do yet, like process this thing, if that is part of a different issue, then you put a stop, you put down the method, you make the part that you are implementing work, even if the next part just isn't there yet, and that's that. And then in the next issue, you're gonna know where to pick up. Or I suppose let's think. When we call prepare escape plan, we set up all this stuff. We set up the builders after reset array, so let's at least, look. Builders after reset is used exclusively when we call reset paper in order to put down the drawings that we want to put on top of the white paper. That's quite good in that sense. Question being, before we create our first restore point, are we going to create the restore point with the white paper or with the drawing on it? I could not say. How can we find this out? Well, the room handler for this is who is responsible for it. Object room handler escape artistry. No, I don't have to make new races, not yet. That's art and I hate art. So, in the room setup, it's quite simple. We prepare the escape plan on the paper, because that's all it is. The escape artistry setup, it is fundamentally the same minigame. Quite literally, it takes place, well no, it takes place in a separate room from poster artistry, but the room handler inherits from poster artistries, so it sets up the room in the exact same way. Right. I suppose then that begs the question. Comparing with the poster artistry room handler, when is it that we create a restore point? And that is unfortunately at the end of room start. So what we need to do is as things are, when we run room start, we are going to first do the inherited code, and only then do we prepare the escape plan, because of course before we run the inherited code the paper doesn't exist. That's unfortunate. So we need this state to be set up. Then we need to cook our restore points, for which there's a good solution and a fine one. I'm going to go with the fine solution, which is we are simply going to toss the restore point that we have made, which would have everything as white. So restore, uh, well, yeah, restore point is empty and create a restore point here. Is that going to mess everything up? Probably, because I am breaking the contract. I am breaking the assumption that there is always at least one restore point. So let's see what we have just done. What chaos have we just wrought? Well, when we call create restore point, we're going to grab the state and we're going to add it. At this point, restore points is an empty array. So restore point index is 0. So let's go through it bit by bit. Pruning later restore points isn't going to do much of anything unless it is. Okay, question number 1. What happens if you call array delete on an empty array? Hey, I have an idea. I have a really clever idea that we might need to resort to also. It's not violence, it's a little bit violence. Okay, maybe. But first, test is empty array. And we want to delete out of test starting at index 1. We want to delete 0 elements. That's what we are doing. Yeah? Starting index is 0 plus 1. Which means with I going over an empty array, this loop does nothing. But we do call array delete with empty array starting index 1 and -1 elements, because this is 0 -2 even. Well, that's interesting. That's weird, but that is correct, isn't it? Yeah, because if the array length is 2, then we only want to prune that element. Yeah. Well, let's see. Does this crash? Does this fail? No. Okay. What if I pass -1? Because that's what it'll actually be. Nope, that's good. Right. So I suppose array delete simply swallows illegal values. I would wager that that is because internally array delete is implemented as a simple loop, and if you tell it to do something invalid like delete no elements or delete -1 element, nothing happens. So that would be fine. Then we go into store restore point. We find that the array length 0 is not greater than 20, so we push the restore point that we have just created and set the restore point index to 1 minus 1 equal to 0. So we update all our components. So this would actually work. We could also do something slightly funny, which is instead of that, and I might want to... Oh man, either way is terrible. Instead of simply tossing the restore point that we have created, instead of that, we could create a restore point at the start of the array and then let the automatic pruning remove the original start point. Now, I need to restore point is array shift with restore point. I do need the reference to the restore point that we have just removed, because we need this restore point to clean up. Otherwise, we are going to leak, admittedly a tiny, but we are going to leak memory if we don't release the surface that we have just created. So that's that. That should work. I can't perfectly reasonably test this right now, which is icky. Code that you don't test might as well be code that doesn't exist. It might as well be, you might as well just assume that it's broken, because how could I possibly know whether or not it is? But okay, that is us done on poster artistry, which means we can go and have a peek at the to-do list, and this is going to be a few simpler things, but well, that's of course intentional. We are intentionally only doing small things now, so that the states that I submit to Steam I know to be working. Obviously, I'm also going to test it. I'm going to have people test it, just to make absolutely positively bloody sure. And already I've done something wrong, because I wanted to go to Songcraft in order to show off what it is that I would like to do here. So in Songcraft, this is quite well. There would be some space for an additional button over here, but well, it used to be that the question mark was right here, but now it is on the requirements memo, which makes more sense in my mind. But right here, you may note there's nothing on here. And we can have a debate. Should it be clean at the start? Should it not? I will give you one argument for why there should be something on here. If I take a note and I put it on here, watch, then a bunch of rests start appearing. Because, and I've been told this by musical people, apparently this is desperately necessary, and just having the notes in a specific fixed position is not good enough. Because in normal music sheets, I suppose the position doesn't necessarily mean anything. So these are rests that tell you that nothing's playing in these beats. So, in order to stop them from suddenly appearing, object, I think this is a cursed object, so I need to open it through the asset browser. In order to stop them from suddenly appearing, we are going to make sure that they are already present when the minigame loads. For that, that's gonna be super simple, because abstraction. Or is it going to be difficult? So the basic idea is here. We have process rests, which is a recursive method that looks, are there any nodes that are playing through for this length? Because you don't just insert whatever rests come to mind. You go, if there is nothing for the second half of the measure, then you put a half break. If there is something, you might put a quarter break. They are just as the silence fits. So I can't, and I shouldn't perfectly well just call this method, but this is called out of insert breaks, which itself is called out of somewhere here. And this we can call. The big thing being that in order to insert our breaks at all, we need data. We need to track we need to determine where are their notes and, well, where there are not, there be rests. It is that simple. So this function does that for us. It determines our data and then processes it. And for that, we can really just put a call right here. We can take this update on change function and we can go all the way up here when we are finished setting up the music sheet. We can go, well, update on change, update our state, which one may recall, if you've been here yesterday, you might recall me talking about how this is a pattern that I quite enjoy. Instead of establishing a given state, like for instance that the music sheet is completely empty, that's what rests there. Ooh, okay, that's not 100%. That's not 100% the solution, because the music sheet is created before the requirements, right? But instead of having an initial state and then also having a method that updates what your state is, just create all that you need and then call the state update method, because its job is to make sure that your state is correct for the current input data. So why shouldn't you call it once you are done setting up, in order to make sure that the state is correct for the input data that you currently have, the input being that it's empty. Right, now there's a tiny issue here. The issue being that update on change tells the room handler to validate, meaning that it's going to chain a call to the requirements object, which does not yet exist. This is here in the Songcraft room handler. At the room start, oh, such simple baby code. We create a music sheet, which in its create event is going to call the update on change method. And we only create the requirements object later. But here, the validate method tells the currently undefined object to validate. So there is a super simple way about this. More abstraction! Yum yum! Update display. So we're going to take the save code, which only concerns the music sheet's internals, and we're going to abstract that. And all that we want to do differently, if the music sheet was changed, then we want to validate our requirements. So we make the changed method just update the display and also validate. So now we have this distinct piece of code, update display, which we can use to update our display at the start of the minigame, and this is now going to be safe. Because this no longer relies on any other components, it no longer is dangerous if executed at the wrong time. Right, so I did it again. Once again, I went to post artistry. Why do I always do that? It's just habit, because I've tested it so much recently. Okay. So, Soundcraft. Place your bets now. Will this crash? No. Excellent. Will it display properly? Yes. Excellent. Okay. Beautiful. All that is worth, I'm positive I would have gotten away if I just hadn't done this, yeah? If I just had the music sheet stay empty and then the rest appear when he starts making music, that would have been fine. But I shan't have any tiny minor nitpicks, so there we are. That's us. That one's good. So, next we can attend to the concerts screen, which is there are two things that bother me slightly about that, and allow me to demonstrate once I have restarted the game. I think the confirmation for a band being signed up, you know, it's not the worst, but maybe there could be something slightly more. So I want to put a little sound cue here just to make it blatantly obvious. Yeah, something's happened. Pay attention, you. Concerts are causing me so much grief, really. Why is UX so hard? Why? I used to have it, yeah? I did used to have it that you insert a band to play this concert, but you had to click on a separate button, which used to live right here, in order to actually sign them up. But that would have been icky, because what if you just put it in but you don't click the button? So it would be more than valid that you assign the bands to a minigame and then you begin training, but wait a sec, do we now want to stop you from beginning the training because you've got a band which is kind of but not really signed up to a concert? Are you aware that you need to click the button? Okay, right, put in a confirmation in which Butterfly tells you, hey, did you mean to sign that band up? You need to click the button, right? So go do that. And I made sure that it only ever plays once, actually. It tracks whether it has played this reminder once, and if it ever did, then it doesn't do it again. But that's icky. Like, if you need to do that kind of talking to the user, talking to the player, explaining how it works, if you have to explain it, it's garbage. That is true for interfaces, it is true for jokes, it is true for people. Just make it so that it doesn't need to be explained. So another option is that we can block beginning training until you do click the button, but again, we need to communicate what's wrong. We need to communicate what you need to do. So that's icky. So then I decided, hey, what? Am I the god of buttons or what? Nobody's gonna get that. Yeah, speaking of jokes that need to be explained, this is a reference to the film released by Marvel Studios in who knows, it's the second Thor one. It's Thor Ragnarok, I think, in which Odin chimes for, hey, you're not the god of hammers, are you? Yes, very funny joke. Anyway, so this game doesn't control buttons. This game controls such that you have a thing and you put the thing in the slot. So I rethought and I changed the controls such that putting the thing in the slot is what signs you up. You don't need to do anything else. If the band is in the slots, then clearly you wanted to have it in a concert. So that's enough. Which of course introduces the separate issue that if you don't have a button that you need to click to sign up, then people are confused as to whether you truly have signed up with just this action. There's no winning, is there? But with a little sound cue, that should take care of all that. Right, additionally, if we go here, yeah, if you do try to sign up for a concert that you are not quite popular enough to get into yet, what happens is that Butterfly will tell you about it, and she'll tell you, well, this concert is a bit beyond the bands that you have selected to play, and how many butterflies you need and have. So that's cool enough. There's just one tiny problem with it, which is that Butterfly is in an awkward spot. I like her taking the focus. I like her being roughly where she is. I just want for her not to be right here. I would like if the required butterflies text is still visible. That's really all there is to it. That's all. So we need to, 1, we need to move Butterfly, 2, we need to add an audio cue when you have successfully signed up. Fortunately, both of those might be in the exact same function. Let's see. On signed up? No. Play butterflies. There. Play lacking butterflies explanation. So, where is this called from? This is called from play lacking butterflies explanation. This is called from nowhere. Amazing. Yes, because it is called out of the concert viewer. This is just a little function that we can call out. Now, for sure, that's interesting. Yes. What we want to do is we want to look at the lacking butterflies explanation scripts. Because what that does is it takes the advisor photo of butterfly who just hangs out on the screen invisibly. It moves her into place, and then it sets up the dialogue. So all that we need to do at this point is we need to change where she is. Instead of having her smack in the middle and just off the middle horizontally, what we want to do is we need to move her like, I don't know, 6 pixels up and a good bit over, so I'm gonna say, I don't know, 16 pixels. You can tell this is an extremely scientific method. Hell, I could maybe put her in the tutorial offset, which is a number that I keep using, where she hangs out to begin with in the tutorial. Right, so the height is good. Wait, I'm having a brain blast. I might be the smartest person to ever exist. Maybe, but I'm having a serious brain blast moment right now. Oh, this would be so cute if I can make this happen. So this would be... I figure this is another... probably slightly more than 10 pixels. This is probably... more than 10, fewer than 20. So let's say we move her to 30 times 6. Hang on. I'm being obtuse right now. That's on purpose. If I can make this happen, you'll see and you'll think, wow, Toraka is so smart. Toraka might be the smartest person ever. Look. No, you need to go way over still. That needs to be another like 10 pixels. That might be slightly more than is necessary. But it certainly is going to be in the correct direction. Obviously I could count the pixels, but who does that really? Look, look, look. The dialogue advance button is pointing, or the dialogue advance arrow, it is pointing at the number of butterflies that you need. Haha! Ludo narrative. Which is... it's a made-up term, as are all words, really. It doesn't really apply here, but... oh, this is so cute. It does mean that, unfortunately, Butterfly is going to have to cover the word butterflies. But so be it. And because this arrow is in a consistent position, it always will. The only thing that I am now slightly scared of is this might give some people the idea that it's not the dialogue advance arrow, but rather it is every time that you see it, it is trying to indicate something. But I don't think that's a concern that we need to have, because at this point, this is 6 weeks into the game. At this point, you've seen plenty of dialogue, and they all have this arrow. Most of them are on black screens or screens with nothing particular to point out. So, wow, you still want to go over? Huh. Wait, it's not... oh no, right. Right. 2 is wider than 1, because this is not a monospaced font. So unfortunately, the middle of the number, which is properly placed here, for the cinnamon stick, the number is slightly to the left. That's okay. Also, it would look slightly off here. Do we abandon that idea? Actually, yeah, I think we do. Okay, so it's really funny, it's really cute, but because the text has different layouts, we would need to change where butterfly is depending on the concert in question, and I don't think that is reasonable. So, what we're gonna do is we're going to take this lass and we're gonna shove her up even further, like 36 times 6, and we're going to shove her way over 70 times 6. I am randomly guessing. That should put her vaguely in the top right of the screen. In fact, with a horizontal screen space of 320, yeah, that should put her exactly in the top left, well, the top right corner. Yeah. I want her to be slightly over still. I want her to be... The vertical position is fine. The vertical position is fine, but she needs to go way over to like here. So let's have a look. That is like another 12 pixels almost. So that she is visually off of the concert viewer. Not that that would be a huge issue, but I think it would look better. Right, little bit more to go, just so that she is clearly distinguished from it. There's not a ton of contrast between her white and the white of the concert viewer, even though there's a black highlighter, or a dark highlighter. So 90, final offer. There are 320 pixels in total, well, display pixels. Half of that is 160, so we are going 160 plus 90 plus the width of the frame. So this should be us. Perfect. Yeah. Great. Awesome. Right. And now when you successfully sign up, just add a little bit more of a sound cue, which is going to be in the concert viewer. On content inserted is the callback that we want to look at for this. So, this has a few possible cases. Naturally, if you are popular enough to go to the concert, that's a case that we are interested in. We want to update the signed up builder. And you know, by my own token, this abstraction, well, this if here, this should be abstracted. Create band member photos if necessary with the parameter of concert, and this is going to be abstracted. Create band member photos if necessary for the concert, which is a type of concert. And there we go. There you go. Which means we can also, well, so there are two possible ways to make this function. Since we can apply our usual trick of return early in the if-else statement, which allows us to abandon the else case. But in this case, I'm actually going to argue that that's not the best solution. Because it works, certainly. There is no functional difference. But there is a philosophical difference that makes this slightly harder to understand, I think. Which is, we're not exiting early, we're not exactly doing something and after that we don't need to do anything else. What we're doing here is we want to look at, should we create the banned photos? If yes, do it. If no, destroy them. Whereas this reads like, we check for a different state, we check should we create the photos, and if so, make them and return out, so we don't need to do anything else. The point is, whereas most of the time I'm fully on board with removing the else from an if-else statement using an early return, in this case, I'm not really. In this case, I am more in favor of keeping the if-else because this is a binary choice and both branches are equally valid. We're just deciding, should we do this or should we do that? And for that, an if-else is a good construct. Well, obviously it's a good construct. Also, having it explicit like this with the else written out is perfectly good. It helps understand that we are always going to do one thing, and it's not that we break early if a given condition is true. Okay, so out of here, with a little bit more abstraction, which is always cool, we can the audio cue that we would want to play if we have successfully signed up would be right here. And well, I'm just going to play a random laughter sound because this is a happy game. You're having fun. So I need to fit my theme here. Also, one moment. What? Just one moment. Yeah. Excellent. Okay. Okie dokie. So, now, if you sign up to a concert successfully, that's pretty good. Yeah, I like that, because it kind of covers the default thing inserted into slot noise. But that's okay, I figure. I think that's good. That's even something that should be happening. Because it tells us, well, something different has happened. We have successfully done a thing. It's not just having inserted the thing into the slot. Okay. Well, that's that, I suppose. Let's take another look at the list. We've done both of these things. Right. Yes. What we can do as our next thing is another relatively small thing, and it is in fact the last thing that I want to attend to. We can, let's see, for this we can load this save right here, which is at the very start of the game. So as you begin, you get the letter, you get interrupted by a butterfly, there's a whole bunch of dialogue. Tiger is just hanging out in the background, being partially cut off by the dark highlighter, which is intentional, by the way. You recruit your first idol, and then you create your first band, and you start your first minigame. Yep. As for right now, this very first time that you start the minigame, Butterfly will automatically play this little explanation here, in which she tells you that it's just like your lessons, right? Explaining the requirements memo, and also telling you to click the question mark button for more details. That's good. I think it keeps the player in the action, though I have noticed people don't click the question mark button as much as they should. Especially in subsequent games where the intent is very much it throws you in here, and if you can make sense of what you are to do, right? Maybe you are already musically inclined and you understand what a third is, you understand progressions, you understand what the note lengths are. But what if you don't? Or what if there's another minigame that isn't perfectly visually intuitive? In that case, you would want to click right here. Well, in order to play the minigame explanation. However, people don't tend to do that. So, what can we do about that? One option is to simply autoplay this explanation instead of or in addition to the general explanation. I think probably instead of the general explanation. Also, this currently refers to a post-it. Ah, that's icky. Need to fix that. Soundcraft, explanation, post-it, to memo. There we go. If we remove the general explanation, well, we lose the reference to the question mark button, but honestly, if you are so confused that you can't figure out that you should maybe click the question mark button, I'm not sure how much I can do to help you at that point. So maybe that's okay. Especially, you might take this the wrong way, that there is that explanation is for this minigame, but of course then there are different ones, which is a context switch. So maybe it would even be helpful not to play that explanation. So, I mean, in the end, there's no being certain one way or the other. there's probably a correct answer for the majority of players. I am a little concerned. I am a little concerned that I'm throwing you in here, and not only like this is a weird weird new scene, you don't know anything what's happening, and if this is how we start in here, then you want to click on this thing, you want to click on that thing, but none of that works. That is actually why I originally removed the explanation automatically playing, specifically because it keeps you out of the action, and you would want to click on the things and it doesn't work, and that means that you keep trying and you keep clicking. Allow me to roleplay the average user, sorry, the average player, which this might seem like I am trying to mock my player base. I'm really not. This is just how humans work. So you need to work around the humans, not demand that they change. Because fighting human nature is a battle you have long since lost. Fighting human nature is a losing battle. So, what happens is, ooh, I want to click this thing. Wait, why is it not working? My eyes are on my cursor. Huh? What's this thing? I'm literally not processing what Butterfly is saying. I'm not reading it. Because Butterfly is down here. But the cool stuff is up here. So, that is an issue, and because this explanation is by necessity kinda long, I'm concerned. I'm concerned that it is both going to take the player out of the action, and it's not going to achieve what it is supposed to. Because you're going to intentionally or otherwise, be it just because you want to click on the cool things and unintentionally skipping dialogue that you don't realize is there, that you can replay, sure, but either way you're just going to be antsy, you're going to be eager to get into the action, and at the same time you're not going to have read any of it, so it's... The explanation dialogue was a pure negative. Well, what shall we do about that? I know what I'm going to do is that it is time for me to take my second midstream break of the day. So, gonna stretch my legs a little, prepare for a little snack, use the restroom, all those wonderful things. You guys feel free to do the same. Don't go too far. In a few minutes we are... Well, if I have made a decision until then, we might change a thing. Otherwise, what I think we are going to do is we are just going to run a playtest and see if we can find any issues, because my to-do list currently is empty. So either way, cool action awaits us. So see you in a bit. Okay, that should be about over. Let us continue. Excited music. So, in the break, I've given this some thinking and I have arrived at what might be a solution, which is something completely different. Yes. The solution is something different entirely. Instead of making this or that dialogue, really, if you need to talk at all, then you've kind of already failed. Again, with the philosophy that, well, if you have to explain it, then it's bad. It should be able to stand on its own without any explanation, and if it's not intuitive what the player needs to do, then make it intuitive. Simple as that. This ain't freaking AutoCAD, which needs several courses just in order for you to be able to properly comprehend its UI. Also, like, that's the thing, yeah. As somebody who, again, works in the professional software development industry, who has done this a few times before, certainly there is a trade-off between intuitive use and power. You can have the far end, which is your mobile apps, or what we seem to be moving towards, especially the Windows ecosystem, where you have a thing, it does a thing, you have a settings menu, it has one checkbox in it, and that checkbox is: should we acknowledge that we are harvesting all of your data and sending it to be sold off? Yes, no. Of course, whether or not the checkbox is checked, they're doing it anyway. But besides that, that's the only setting that you have. So, that is the extreme case where the software is super easy to use because, well, you can't do it wrong. You can't do it wrong if it only lets you do it in one specific way. But of course, there's only so much that you can do. Though there is a happy middle ground, it certainly is possible to make powerful software that is, regardless, easy to use. I'm going to say something that sounds completely heretical, but you know, GameMaker isn't the worst to use. I've never bothered with its GML visual syntax, but it's nice that it exists. It's nice that you can make games without actually writing code, or at least without making too much code. Or, for instance, this image editor here. Sure, it doesn't have every feature that Photoshop has, because that would be an absolute ton of menus and a ton of words that you just need to know what they mean. But it is powerful enough, and it does what you assume it would do, well, except the polygon tool. But for the most part, it does what you expect of it, and it uses visual metaphors. It piggybacks off of what you already know in order to be simple, but still offer you the necessary tools. So it's not impossible to make simple but powerful. But of course, if you want really powerful, then, well, you need to offer the player all of those tools. So at some point, it just needs to be a little complicated, if only from sheer amount of available tools. Now, where did I even go on this tangent? Yes, because sometimes the tool does need to be explained in order to properly grasp all its possible features. Anyway, that's not necessary. That's irrelevant here. What I'm talking about is maybe we don't need an explanation, or at least we only need the small one, so the game behaves as it currently does, which would be kind of cool because that would mean that I have less to test. Maybe that's how it works. But, big but here. But, you know, there's a tangential fault, we'll get to that. But instead of trying to make sure that the player knows that they can click the question mark button and it does a thing, why am I trying to explain what should be intuitive? Why am I trying to explain something that should be noteworthy onto itself? The problem is, if we look at this in the game, the problem is that it's not perfectly visible. It doesn't poke out a lot because because of the visual language that I have established in this game. So look, right? It's not like the button is small or that it's unclearly labeled. If you look at the question mark button, you can probably intuit what it does. You can intuit that it is a button. So that isn't an issue. The problem is that it is very easy to miss. If you just glance over it, you see, well, this is text. Your brain recognizes this as letters, so that catches your notice. There's also the done button, which is at the end of how you read it. There is the Z principle, that how do humans read? Right? We read left to right, top to bottom. So you read this, you read that, and then you read in this order. So you read gentle embrace, rising laughter, butterfly, tiger, crimson, queen, in that order. It's not strictly left to right, it's not strictly top to bottom. Of course, that is true. That is true in Western societies, or in societies where, well, you read left to right. You need to be aware of that, because how we read is how we process information. And there are implications with that. For instance, we always go left to right even if there isn't text, even if we're just looking at an image, which means if there's something that you want the person, I guess, if there's something that you want them to see first and process first, it needs to be on the left side. And the after should come second. And that is precisely what we're talking about. You have a before and you have an after. So you want to put the unsolved problem first, and in advertising, you want to put how your product makes this better, you want to put that second. There is a famous case where some brand of baby foods tried to advertise in Saudi Arabia, I think. And it was a cute and innocent enough advertising campaign. It went something like this. You have an unhappy baby. This was a photo of a baby. You have the baby bottle with your brand on it. And then you have the happy baby. Now, normally this works perfectly well. Good job. You have earned your salary, Mr. Marketing Man or person. In Saudi Arabia, this bombed. It literally sales decreased after the marketing campaign started. Would you like to guess why? Because, of course, Arabic is read right to left. So, as far as the Arabs read it, you had happy baby, then baby bottle with your product turned into unhappy baby. Oops. They accidentally ran a smear campaign on themselves. I think it was Nestle. So, good. Fuck Nestle. All my homies hate them. So that is something that you have to keep in mind. Whether your society that you're targeting goes left to right, right to left, whether you're in Japan, which, as I recall, isn't it bottom to top, left to right to left, or is it top to bottom, right to left? I think it's top to bottom, right to left. But also, as I've heard, as I've been informed, because that doesn't exactly fit with how most anything in the Western world is depicted, which is, horizontal, left to right, the rules have been softened and you can basically write however you want in Japanese these days. Anyway, I love being able to do that. I love being able to say, anyway, crumple up the drawing and toss it away. So, what does this have to do with anything? Well, the reason that I went on that tangent with the Z rule, which, I'm sorry, I have cursed you with knowledge now, you'll always notice that the things they want you to see first are top left. And then the submit button, at least in a good software that is developed for humans and not to harvest data, in good software, the submit button is bottom right. Which, by the way, that's also one of the tricks that if you are blessed enough to live in a country where they have to ask you, hey, can we please fill your machine with cookies and harvest all the data? Love you, European Union. We might hate you and we might not be a part of you and we might actively resist being a part of you, but do appreciate what you've done for us. Switzerland gets all those pop-ups too. Even though we're not part of the European Union, you are not required to disclose or allow us to toggle cookies if the user is from specifically Switzerland, but they do it anyway. They just look, are they from Europe? Okay, do the thing. So we get all the benefits of being in the European Union while only paying more than most member states for reduced benefits. Sorry, politics. Let's not get into that. I don't understand it halfway well enough to really talk about it anyway. So, the point is, the done button down here, this is at the bottom right, this is the end of the image. So this is where you end up processing and, well, naturally you're going to take notice of it because it's where your eyes end up. But, like in a cookie pop-up, you might notice that the allow all cookies and all data harvesting forever always no backsies button it's colorful, it's lit up, it is selected by default, and it is in the bottom right of the window. Because you assume that the make this window go away, get out of my hair already button, that is going to be in the bottom right. That's where you are when you've finished with the pop-up. Which is why the actually maybe don't harvest all my data button, it's always grayed out, it is less notable, it is on the left. Because you read over it and don't stick to it. That's why. Also, in a less hostile example, if you have a pop-up, let's say, hey, do you really want to leave this page without saving? And if the designer knows what they are doing, the cancel button is on the left, because that is going backwards. That is, no, I'm not done here. And the OK button is on the right. There are some pages, there are some applications that break this pattern, and it is jarring every single time that they do. Because of that, because of this Z principle. And now that you know this, you're going to notice everywhere that that's exactly what's happening. So, but we are going to apply a slightly different design principle that I have learned in my time in the industry, which is, well, this button is boring. It is black on gray and it is poorly positioned. So what we're going to do is we're going to make it more notable. And how do I make something pop out? How do I make something more interesting? You know the answer to that. We're going to make it pink. Obviously, that's the only way that I know how. So, boop, prop that in there. Then what dimensions do we have? This is a 16 by 16 grid. So, well, I can quite literally just count the pixels. 2, 4, 6 here, and there are 4 pixels to go, so this is 12 pixels tall. Sprite, explanation, button, question mark. And the reason that I need to do this separately, like so, is I could... Okay, that doesn't look horrible. No. I could paint this on the sprite, but the posted sprite gets mixed with a blend color. So if I made it the question mark pink on the posted sprite, then it would also get blended. And the pink would look very weird indeed, depending on which idol serves as your color source for that minigame. So, instead, what we need to do is we need to have the question mark separately. We tint it pink, and out of that, we then redraw it on top of the requirements sprite once we're finished with it, so that it is unblended, so that it is the same color as we want. Before we start with this, give me 1 second as I turn the oven off. Okay, that will do its thing later. But, so, step 1, what do we need? We need to find our colors struct, which is spelled Britishly. We need to find pink, which is 255, 126, 228, 127, 226. See, I've almost memorized it, as I should have done long ago. 127, 226. That is our brand, bright pink. There we are. and make sure that that stands out, that the question mark button is clearly visible all the time, that it is impossible to miss. Because then, when you scan the scene that you've arrived on, you'll note, oh yeah, the question mark button exists. So if I'm confused, I should give it a check. Now, these are different pinks, aren't they? Yeah. Where does this come from? Huh. Sorry, but... Bright pink, 255, 127, 226. Did I just pick an arbitrary pink for this? One sec. We need to investigate this. 244. No, this is not referenced in any code. I guess we're just gonna fix this. Or I might have intentionally watered it down so that it is less aggressive. But you know what? We're going for the lovesick schoolgirl vibe, so no. As a matter of fact, aggressive pink, more pink. We can't have any of this. We can't have any of this subtle colors. Bright, popping. There. There we are. I joke, but unironically though, it is important to have a specific palette. Talked about this with Grog, where it can be very powerful if you have a specific limited palette of, say, 32 colors or something like that, which sounds super limiting, but it really isn't. Because if you have a specific set of limited colors, then you can make use of them. You can make any sprite happen. And that means that you have a consistent look, you have a consistent feel, be it, well, like me, pastel colors, be it bright aggressive neon colors, be it your Call of Duties, bright green and murky grays. It makes sure that all of your game sticks together visually. That it all looks cohesive, and that also helps you establish a language where, sure, we can say that, for instance, red always indicates health, but if you have several different kinds of reds, that may seem like good variety, but I'm not sure it really is. It might be that you are better served having one single unified shade, such that anytime the player sees it, they know what it's about. And in this case, it is that we have a specific brand, but I'll show you in a sec. The game has a specific color language already. I don't have such a restricted palette, though. Where are we even going? Our requirements. That's where we're going. I don't have such a specific exact restricted color palette, but what I do have is, you know, a relatively restricted palette. We have the boring colors, we have the happy pastel colors that the idols use. So you already have a large difference between those. Let's see. Question mark builder. What I want to do right now is I want to make a sprite builder, which is, well, as I said, it is going to take this sprite and it is going to put it unaltered on top of the requirements memo in the minigame. Okay, for that we need to set its sprite to sprite explanation button question mark. We need to decide where it is positioned. For that, well, we can have a vague look at where the origin is. It's gonna be icky. Let's see, this is... what is this? 3, 6, 9, 11. Right. So the origin is in the middle of this square. So we need to go 1, 2, 3, 3.5, 3 and slightly more than half. So this is 8 by 8. We need to go 24 plus, I'm gonna say plus 6. So we need to go 30 pixels to the left. And likewise, this is 3, 6, 8 squares vertically, so the middle is right here. So we need to go just about 2 pixels or 2 squares down. That's probably not going to put us bang on, but it is the best guess that we currently have. So 30 pixels to the left, which means minus, set y to plus 2 squares, so 16 times 6. And that's really all that we need to do. From here, we then need to tell this to build itself each frame. And there we are. Really, this object could use a surface. It could. Because the things that it displays are completely static. It could use a surface to draw its stuff once and then not redo it. Thing is about that, while in this case it would probably be profitable to do so, earlier in the project I did some testing and it really doesn't matter much. Like, unsurprisingly, the engine that allows you to make games and isn't very complicated is quite optimized to do graphics well. Weird. Weird that. Right, let's give this a look. Then I can also show off what I was talking about before concerning colors. So in Hit Idle you have color areas, I'd call it, where the slightly boring stuff, it's all paper, it's drab colors, it is white, black, it's grayscales. You know, that's the boring stuff. That's your professional teaching work. But then you have the stuff related to idols, which is bright, popping colors, reds, your pastel colors of their portraits. That really pops out from the whites and browns of your desk. So I already have that language. Let's see. If we try to enter Zonecraft now, where are we? Well, we are, if we look at the question mark down below, we are almost bang on. We need to go 1 pixel further up and we need to go 1 pixel to the right. We can do that. Easy enough. Now, there is one thing that I'm noting, that with Butterfly's theme, whose dialog box, well, whose color is a kind of weak pink. It's a very reddish, rusty pink. It's not that notable, though it is still, it is a bright pastel color. So maybe it's not so bad. Right, 1 pixel over, 1 pixel there. I recall that I haven't removed the question mark in that way from the original sprite, but it doesn't actually matter, because it will in every case be fully covered. Oh. Right. I'll be honest, I don't love that. Somehow. Because I don't love the interaction between colors here, because the memo already is colorful. No, don't love that at all. I don't love it. You've got this light purple, and then you've got the pink. No, don't love that. And the thing is, for all of these, that's going to be true. It's going to be true if you look on the left side of the screen, with the little pink crayon. Kind of all of these colors kind of clash with pink. So, I don't love that. Might be time to rethink what we are doing here. So, this isn't currently achieving the desired effect. However, maybe it is time to rethink what the question mark button does, or how it is displayed. Maybe we don't want to use bright pink. That's an idea. Maybe we want to use some different color that maybe depends on what color the memo is. Or what immediately occurs to me is there's no real reason to have the memo colored at the moment. How that works is it used to be you would have a constant advisor who would be in this minigame. They would be hanging out over here, as Butterfly does when she's talking. They would be hanging out over here, and if there is something to be said, then they just do that. The problem with that was, the advisor in that case would be a random idol from the band that is completing this minigame. Problem with that was, I had two options. Either I take every single hint text and I rewrite it 8 times, because the idols would have to sound differently. They talk very differently from each other, while at the same time making sure that all of the variations convey what I'm trying to say, which is a little difficult. Don't get me wrong, it's a little bit difficult when you have... No, not that safe. When you have some idols that communicate in weird ways indeed, who are, some would say, very difficult to read. Let's see. This one's not too bad, but yeah, that line, for instance. I admit, Queen is not a simple idol to read. That is intentional. But yeah, if all the hint text is phrased in complicated English like this, that would not have been great. So the option that I went with is that Butterfly is your advisor, always and forever, as also befits her role in the story, because she is your right-hand idol, and sometimes she runs the club more than teacher does, which is why she gets to be the advisor, which means all of the texts are written with just her. That made it significantly simpler. Right. So, and the point is that the requirements posted being tinted different colors, that is a leftover from that time, where it would select a random band member and tint itself. In fact, we can, right here, the requirements object requires, hard asks for a blend color, which is then used as the image blend. That's what it requests. Right now, it just colors itself after a randomly chosen band member for no practical reason, just for a little bit of visual variety. So how about we remove that? How about the memo is always white? Because it should be. Yeah, it should be. Because when I'm coloring it, sure, it's a little bit more colorful, it's a great bit of visual identity, but I am at the same time breaking the design language that functional elements that are not related to the idols, that those are white or cardboard yellow. Well, let's just take a look and see if I'm making sense, or if I am absolutely insane. While we're here, I'm just gonna go ahead already and remove the blend color being given to the requirements object, for which in room start, sorry, no, this is in each individual minigame room handler, right? Because we need to create different objects, of course. This wouldn't need to be. Keep in mind, through a little bit of cursed code foo, we could make it so that we have a global function, or not a global function, but a function in the parent object, which instantiates the requirements object with a given object class and with given data. You can do that. The object class is just a reference. You can use that as a function parameter. In fact, I do, because create instance relative is a function that I have written. So you don't need, so you can pass that. Here it is. Right, poster requirements, blend color, no longer required, no longer given. But I find it more intuitive, more sensible that each minigame's room handler, each of them instantiates what it wants. It instantiates the specific objects that it uses by itself. Okay, now just give this another quick search. Unfortunately, blend color is a commonly used phrase, but I just want to give it a quick search. Yep, there is no usage within a requirements object. That would now throw an error. That's good, because it was all in the parent object, so I only had to remove it from one place. Okay, let's see that. This is of course going to mean that I will have to recreate the screenshots. That's a thing that we can do. I still don't love this. I still don't love that. It's better. I do prefer this. That the memo, sure, it's a little bit more boring like this. Also, it needs a different border color. I'm noting that. It needs the border color to be, well, what the paper border color is here, because this gray is different. So let us attend to that right now. Where can I seal that? For instance, I can seal it right here. You, store you, then we go to sprite post-it, and we take the stolen color, oops, put it here in the border. There we are. Visual coherency. Because the post-it is made of paper, its main color is the paper white, and its border color is the paper border beige. So, alternatives. So the pink question mark does pop out, but I don't love it. So how about we go 255, 127, 226. I've memorized it now. And instead of coloring the question mark, stay with me, we color the button. And the question mark itself stays black, like a praline, like licorice. I don't like licorice, as I think most any reasonable person doesn't, because it is horrible and it doesn't taste good, and nobody at any point has ever liked it. Right, so with that we can get rid of this sprite and that sprite. And since this is a simple recoloring job, instead of deleting the sprite post-it and then scaling up the small version that I have changed, I'm just gonna change the color right here. Well, I'll admit, I'm just kinda experimenting here. Just kinda throwing stuff and seeing what sticks. But maybe that works. Maybe that is the style that I want. It certainly is visually striking, I'll say. Certainly is that. Other than that, that's all that I can really ask for. Ooh. Oh yeah, right. If you delete the sprite, then you need to also delete the reference to it. That's how that works. Okay. I mean, it certainly is striking, I'll admit. But maybe that is exactly what we want. I mean, this is this game's entire aesthetic. That, again, you have the contrast between boring and colorful. Oh, that's where I got it. Ah. Yes, right. Right. So that's where I got it. I see it now. I got the lighter pink, got it from this icon here, and I got that from the blush color. At which point we can now argue. Well, do we want these little hearts here to be the bright eye-striking pink, or do we want them to be a subtler color? Do we want the blush to be the subtler pink, or do we want it to be the... Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, look, we've experimented and we have found that this ain't it, Chief. This ain't it. Yeah, I mean, it's noticeable, very much, but it is also ugly. So I think since I'm now keeping the initial dialogue during the tutorial during week 1, I am keeping the dialogue that points out the question mark button, and we're already going to have more contrast, because with it being consistently white now, as opposed to some other colors that can be quite dark, as opposed to that, a gray-black button already has more contrast against a consistently white background. So I suppose I'm going to stick with that, and if you don't get it, then that's kind of like your problem, man. Yeah. So, the question being, in fact, I can even tell you, for this sprite, I can tell you precisely where it came from. It came from right here, where I made this icon to signify a wink that you can put in a dance routine, and I figured, well, the blush has this shade of pink, so obviously so should the heart. In order to decide that, let us go to a neutral party, which is any asset that I would have made prior to this. Like this. This uses the bright pink. So I suppose that's us. I suppose that's us. The lighter pink does have a purpose, but it is largely being in the blush, not in the heart. Right. Okay. So, let us quickly take this color and store it so that we can update our assets. Make sure that all of the hearts are as eye-strikingly and adorably bright pink as possible. Restraint? What's that? So this is updated, the step options are not. Also, obviously I need to make sure that all of the large versions are also updated. Don't worry about this one. I'm facing a little bit of internal struggle, but at the same time, well, you can debate this way or that way, yeah? You can debate that, well, should this be the same shade of pink for the heart and the blush, or should it not be? Because heart and blush are different things. But they are both fundamentally pink. I am for now going to stick with that. And yes, I did only swap out the mouth and move the heart. These icons are otherwise identical. Glad you noticed. So, need to go through, need to go to the hop step smile and edit this, make sure that all of its hearts are also properly colored. There. I think distinguishing one from the other is good, so long as it is consistent. That's the big one. You are properly colored? Yes. Well, I suppose that's us already. Okay, so see it one more time in the game. Have I removed every reference to the question mark builder? Let's make sure. This would be in the object par requirements. Yes. It no longer tries to build a builder that does not exist. Okay, so see this in action. Yes, these icons too. These ones also want to be updated, especially because they are fundamentally just cutouts of the hop, step, smile icons. So make sure to remember that one. Now, I mean, it's boring, but at the same time, I think this is fine. I think that's okay. Especially because now it is once again consistent that this is a button and so is this. So I think that's good. I think that's great. I am going to keep the memo as always being white, because the color was more than a little bit distracting. Otherwise, we're Gucci. So, the sprites that we were previously looking at, which indicates what stat a given minigame is going to raise, that is... I am not sure. That is somewhere here, it's somewhere on the table. Here it is. Make sure that is colored perfectly. This one, take color in the heart. There we are. That's a small scale version. Need to go to the big scale version. That is the tiny downside of me drawing everything at tiny size, but having the game run at full resolution, where I could also have it so that it runs at 320 by 180, but it is automatically upscaled by the game engine. Could do that, but I'm not. Maybe something to think about for future releases. For now, this one works perfectly well, and it would be silly to change it. Then again, the reason that I do that is because that makes the text much easier. Okay, so that's all our icons updated. They're now more visually striking. Hooray! Okay. I think that's pretty much that. I think that is going to be our builds. Well, there is one tiny thing that I want to change in the Songcraft explanation. Also, I am going to have to take new screenshots, which maybe we can do that as we go. Yeah, I don't hate that, I really don't. Somehow, I like this brighter, more intense pink. So, the thing that I still want to change in the Songcraft explanation. Step 1. This is good, this is all good. This line kinda stinks. For one, it says post-it. It's not a post-it. This is officially a memo. Different word. I must have forgotten to update this. Also, it splits into two, which is good. This is intended behavior in so far, as I completely over-engineered my dialogue framework and made sure that if it can't comfortably display what it's being asked to, then it splits into multiple pieces. So we have the first half here, then if we advance, we have the second half. That's okay, but it's kind of ugly. Funny, isn't it, that I would spend what was not a small amount of effort making sure that it automatically splits itself if necessary, just to manually then write every single line so that it never does so, because I want more manual control over when it does. So that is something that I will attend to myself later. I think what we're going to do is step 1, break time is approaching, so I'll do that, stretch my legs, use the bathroom, have a delicious burrito with tons of bell pepper in it. You guys feel free to do the same. Don't go too far. When we return in a few minutes time, I think what we are going to do is we are going to run our very own playtest. Make sure that everything is good outside of the very few things that I've noted, like outside of this explanation. All is well. Because then I'll be able to submit the demo build to Steam, get it reviewed, get it up. Hooray! I'll also then, if I am happy with the build, then I'll also make an update on the itch version. As you can download right now, this is a slightly out of date version. It's the same game. It is as feature complete as this demo, it's just slightly less refined. There's a few dialogue changes and, well, there's no undo in post artistry, but it's still the same game. And as I said, I will update that, I promise. So, all that we really need to do is make sure that it's working. Yep. Okay, but before that, what we are going to do is, it's going to be break time. Gonna have a delicious snack, and when we return, playtest. See you in a bit. Okay, let us continue. Slightly longer break, but that's fine. Here we are now. There. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Do another music. So, I've had a great break. I have consumed half a burrito, which is about all that I can stomach in that time. Not because of the amount, I just really don't like it. It is... well, it's been in the freezer for quite a while after I made it. Yeah, it's been there for a reason. Which is that if I liked it, well, it wouldn't have been down there, would it? But it is still a perfectly fine burrito. It didn't spoil in the freezer or anything. It's perfectly fine, I just don't want it. Don't like it. But I am never one to waste perfectly good food, so here we are. Anyway, enough complaining about that. So, what did I promise? Can I think of anything else that needs changing right now? No, not really. So, I suppose, let's just give this a test, see if it works. For that, is Steam on currently? No, it isn't, because I manually launch it, and with the debug options, well, it's going to work, kind of, I think. So, the way that it works is if you run the game out of GameMaker, then it is more permissive. It doesn't demand that you log in with Steam, obviously, because it's very possible that Steam knows nothing of the game yet. And so it's not going to be in your library yet anyway. You do, if, like, as soon as you create a game on Steam, even if it's not published yet or anything for testing, your developer account gets it in their library, which is great. And you can test stuff, you can test the Steam Cloud integration, you can do all that stuff. That's all good, that's great. But if you try to run it with Steam integration on and without the debug mode, which assumes that everything's perfect even if it isn't, then stuff breaks, because it does demand that it is at least somewhat integrated with Steam. Okay, there we are. But that is integration that I have done. You can't see it, but looking at my Steam window, it is correctly detecting that this is the hit idle demo that we are running. It is tracking playtime, and it is storing our save data within there. And that is what we want, yes. Everything's perfect. So, let's have ourselves a look, see. Do we want to go to full screen? Let's. So this is going to be the default of how players experience it. Obviously, there's no visual change for you except that my cursor is real tiny. In fact, let's just press the reset button. Default settings, all the way. If we want to change something, then we want to change the defaults, don't we? So by default it launches into full screen, except that I have set it through the settings menu that it launches at 1920 by 1080, which is windowed, because my screen is bigger than that. But for the artistic integrity, I suppose, what we are going to do is we're going to let it play the way that it was intended. So, let us begin. Step 1, naming our save file. I'm going to be just very pretentious and take the teacher name. It is very funny to me that you get to name your save file, but that doesn't matter. Everybody just calls you teacher anyway. That's intentional. I could insert the save file name that you've chosen everywhere, and it would only be a huge bother, because what if you decide to name yourself 10Ws? That would make a bunch of stuff annoying, because none of the fonts that I use in this game are monospaced, because why would they be? It's not like monospaced is the factually correct choice for all fonts. But, so, that would be problems, but we could deal with that. I mean, just to begin with, we could use monospaced fonts. If I wanted to redo every single asset everywhere from all around the game. Also, I know I just said that I'm going to play this full screened as it was intended, but I'm sorry, I lied, because I want to see if maybe I can already grab a few screenshots, for which purpose we are actually going to play this in windowed mode. That's not optimal, but maybe that's okay. So we're going to play this in 1920 by 1080, though actually we should be able to take these in full screen, no? Because Steam demands that your screenshots should be at least 1920 by 1080, but unlike every other darn asset where Steam demands exact pixel sizes of weird shapes and weird aspect ratios that don't match anything any human has ever made, the screenshots can kind of be whatever you want it to be, really. So let's see, screenshots is not here. Meh. No, I should find this out before I go any further. I'm just clicking through the Steamworks page real fast. Okay, edit store pika, graphical assets, screenshots. Should be high-res, widescreen format, and at least 1920 by 1080. So, if I take them at 4K resolution, even better, I suppose. So, this scares me a little bit. It scares me a little bit that we don't have save files currently. So let me launch this game one more time, see if that fixes itself. No. That scares me. But, well, if that is an issue, I'll figure it out later. For now, not like we have any other option, we can create our new save file and get started. So, at the start of the game, this is quite a powerful scene, I think. And this is part of what I was talking about. If you need to explain something, you've already failed. The best explanations are never given. In this case, we are piggybacking off of the established knowledge that the player already has. This looks like a ladder. And you have a mouse, you might want to click on it. In this case, there is an automatic timer running in the background where if you don't click on either this letter or its unfolded form within 30 seconds, if you don't click on it, then it'll just advance, just to make sure that things keep moving. That being said, at this point, if you don't understand that clicking on things makes stuff happen, you would softlock here. But like, come on, we're using a computer. I think that's okay. I think demanding that the player figures out that you can click and stuff happens is fine. Actually, there is... if you want to get really in detail, you can take this as a test already. Making sure that however you decide to interact with this, whether you match keyboard keys or what have you, it only advances the dialogue when you click. So that means that through these multiple dialogue steps, we are establishing and making sure that you understand stuff happens when you click. There's no keyboard input other than the accessibility fallback. You can't use space in order to click. That's fine. But otherwise, you gotta use the mouse. So, let's see. Let's give this a check. We can move Butterfly about, and that moves her dialog box. And the dialog box automatically switches sides in order to align with, in order to fit on screen. Right? As it comes close to the edge, it swaps to the other side, such as to fit. And it is very intentional that for this one there's not a cutaway, it's just Butterfly says this. Butterfly says this in the scene as it is. So all of these buttons are okay. You can insert one of the existing members just to see their stats, but you can't do anything cool with that. What if there's an existing member in there and we insert a recruit? Well, it hot swaps, puts the thing in the slot, and that's how this game is controlled. It might seem like I am making fun when I say this game controls by putting the thing in the slot. Might seem like I'm making fun of it, but I'm really not. See, this was pointed out to me, well, not directly to me, I saw a video dissecting the design of Mario Odyssey, and it's true, isn't it? Mario Odyssey doesn't have complicated controls exactly. Well, it does have a super complicated and deep movement system, most of which you don't really need in order to beat the game. But it kind of has two possible ways of interacting with something. Number one, it's a friendly NPC and you can press a button to talk to them. Or two, it is literally anything else and you throw your hat at it. You throw your hat to attack. You throw your hat to consume their body, to displace their soul and make them a mindless slave of Mario's presence. Hey, Prostacotilo. How's life? Thanks for coming by. And it might seem like in Mario Odyssey that there's alive. Good. So am I. I'm having a really good day, actually. I've just finished up my pretty much all of the code for what I am going to submit as the Steam demo build. So that's quite hype. I'll be comfortably able to release this demo. Hey, thanks. Yeah, I'll be comfortably able to release this demo and get into the Steam Next Fest. So what am I making? Glad you asked. So step one, let me put a link in the chat. There's an alternate demo on itch, which is, it's a little older. I am going to update it, you know, once I'm done with this build, but it is fun. It is the same game. It is as feature complete. It's just a little less polished. But Hit Idol is a puzzle drag and drop management game where you are a teacher. You are managing a club of high school music idols, and your job is that you guide their training, help them become stars. In order to do so, you may see this is a very retro style. I always refer to it as Game Boy Advance kinds of graphics. So big pixels, specific striking colors. That cutscene doesn't look perfect when you move the idols like that, but that is, well, they are where they are. And so the entire game looks cute. Thanks. That is that is very much the vibe that I'm going for. It's a yeah, GBA styled, bright colors, cute, twee, happy kind of game. The big inspiration that I had in mind, it's I never remember what it's called. I think it's called Needy Girl Overdose, right? And at the time, I thought, hey, there are a lot of games like this where you are managing, often you're managing a set of idols, but I would also lump Darkest Dungeon into this sum, funnily enough. So you're managing a band of heroes, but in order to achieve your goals, you can't be nice with them. You can't let them rest and work at a reasonable pace. You have to push them until they get stressed out and quit on you. And what I wanted to do was I wanted to make a game that's like that, but without the stress mechanics. This is just a high school club. Everyone's having a good time. Am I British? No, actually. It's a compliment, I suppose. If I sound like it, I am actually Swiss. So English is a second language for me, though I would say English is kind of the language that I speak the best, because I have been creatively writing for 12 years at this point. More, 14. Yeah, 14 years. So I've swallowed a dictionary or two, read them back to front and front to back. The second time was much easier to understand. Weird that. I do my best to try and mask my natural Swiss accent, and, you know, the British English, it's the fancy one. It's what we want to try and sound like. So, hey, if I'm succeeding, that's cool. But, yeah, so the idea was I want to make an idol management game where everyone's having a good time. They're just happy. It's good. It's cute. Everything's happy. Can't touch it. All you swallowed is 10,000 hours of English media. Hey, don't worry about it. I would say just at the start, I know probably a lot of people tell you this, but I don't believe you. Everybody can create, and you are your own worst critic, but obviously, it's fine if you don't enjoy it. To each their own. So, as to what you're doing in Hit Idol. So in Hit Idol, as mentioned, you have the Idol Club. You can recruit a set of idols. There are 8 of them, all of them being unique characters with their own stories. Your English last 3 years become much better. Yeah, it's quite good. It's quite decent. No complaints there. And how you train your idols is through minigames. Right now we are in the tutorial. This is literally the start of the game, so we've picked the best time. Prosto, can I call you that? Yeah. You've picked the best time to come by, because that's the very start of the game. So we only have the first minigame available. Later on, you'll be able to pick your choice between 4 different minigames. So, the first one that we have is Songcraft. Perfect. Then I will be the 11th out of 10 streamers that also calls you Prosto. Here we have Songcraft, where how each minigame works is over here in the corner. We have the memo that tells you what do you need to do. So this tells you that we want to use 4 rising progressions, we want to use 3 different tones, and we want a song that is 24 beats or longer. And if we are confused, we can pull up an explanation, we can click a specific requirement that will then tell us, well, what does that mean? Your music knowledge could be enough for this. Definitely. So I know this might look a little intimidating, but I personally, I'm not musical. I have very little music knowledge. I had almost none as I started this project, which might seem weird. Why would I make a music themed game? But to be honest, I don't have an answer for you on the why. It just felt cool. It felt like something that I really wanted to do. So the game is made that you don't require music knowledge. Like, this is a music sheet, these are notes, there you are, go wild. Everything else the game will explain to you, and you don't need in-depth knowledge, you just need... it is all C major, yes. I had to, I had to make some concessions, so in order to be easy to use, I just made it the C major scale. You'll note that you can't put any minor steps, so you couldn't make, what is that tone called in English actually? Right, we can't do C sharp or anything like that. It's just the major keys. So let's see. And the requirements are specifically made that you don't need to understand music, you just put the notes on the sheets and see what comes out. Let's try that. Try with the C. Ooh, that's... Let's see how that sounds. No, I don't like that double play, but I like this. Right? Like, it's not gonna tell you create a deceptive cadence or whatever. It's just gonna tell you, hey, make these simple structures. And it is very intentional that if I wanted to, like this is already 3 different tones, if I wanted to, I wouldn't have to make much of a song at all here. But
Um, yeah. Yeah, if it sounds interesting to you, you can grab the demo. I'll do my best to get the Steam demo out soon enough. Um, yeah, this is quite simple, but yeah, the concept of the game is that it is creative. So this is all that you would need to beat the minigame. We have rising progressions, we have different tones, and the piece is 24 beats long. But a skilled musician could do a lot more with this. Like, let's say we want something like this. How does this sound? Could do this. Need to go, can't stay in Wi-Fi zone. Oh no! Well, thanks for stopping by for a bit. But, yeah, as I was saying, anyway, the game is fundamentally creative. It will never prescribe to you exactly what you have to do, such that anytime that we are in a minigame, you can make your own solution. So we can submit this. But there's really something to that, actually, right? To this first measure. Huh. There is really something to that cadence, huh? Anyway, yeah. It doesn't hard prescribe a given solution. You can make your own solution within what's asked of you. Any solution that fits these requirements is fine. So we can click our done button here, and the game will tell us that we've done a good job. And when you do successfully complete a minigame, you get dialogues between the idols. There are 12 of these storylines between pairs of idols. Each idol has 3 others, 3 friends, as it were, with whom they have conversations. I am not going to read out all of this. I'm sorry. I'm also not going to stay terribly long on each line. You can download the demo and see for yourself. Hashtag sellout. But all of these, they all have unique storylines, which perhaps breaking a little bit with the otherwise cutesy and twee tone of the game. I mean, a lot of them are talking about cute and happy things, but it's not exclusively that. Yeah, they are talking about what's on their mind. They are talking about the things that bother them. So I would say the story is not afraid to be serious. Anyway, so here in the second week, obviously we have to have some goals. We're not just doing this for fun. I mean, technically speaking, we are. This is a for fun idol club, but here it is, Starfield Sky Festival. That is where idols become stars, and that is what you're training to go to. Which is why you get the list of training goals that, well, they're not all that you need to do, but they will at least be a start. Yes. Thank you, Butterfly. Thank you. Thank you, Butterfly. Though you shouldn't do what I'm doing here. You shouldn't skip through her dialogue. Most of what Butterfly says is actually important. For instance, teaching is the best way to learn. The best bands have both experienced and learning members. That's important. The best training is done when you have a mixture of idols in the same band who can not only cover each other's weaknesses, but think about it. If you have a leader, so someone who is good in the given stat that you're training, a lot of the time, the best training arises from when you have someone who's a little weaker, who still needs some help, so that you can then help them out and you'll learn for yourself. So, you can look around the table, you can peek at the idol stats, you can peek at their summaries. There is also a dialogue replay, which is functioning beautifully. What's funny is I think this is strictly speaking a different type of object here. These dialog boxes that don't advance with the mouse, they don't show the arrow, but they are largely the same thing. They use mostly inherited code, and I'm really happy about that. I am super happy that I was able to make that work, so that all of the relevant code doesn't have to be implemented. Then you would have code duplication, and yeah, that's not great. So instead they share all their behavior, except obviously that they don't advance by themselves. They only advance when they are told to. You can also go backwards. So if you remember a given line being spoken, then you can go and look for it. You can also get some hints as to who may be other friends that you can talk with. Let's see, Lucky. Oh. Whom are you interested in? Class rep. Who's that? Obviously, the hints are not going to spell out just exactly who talks with whom. But if you give it a little bit of thought, you can put them together. What's notable about this is right now we only have the one band that all our idols go into, but in the future you need to play the shipping game. And the shipping game is something that they don't tell you, but teachers in real life totally do this. You have to arrange the right idols together so that they spend time together, they talk. It's not that whomever you put together will end up dating. No, this is just for the dialogues. But you do need to properly arrange them, that each of them is that they spend time together with the people with whom they have conversations, because it's not all of them. If they are not in the same band together, then, well, they're not spending time together, so they don't get a chance to talk. It's easy as that. So, here we have our second minigame, which is Hop, Step, Smile. The exclamation point is part of the name, for which we need to create a dance routine consisting of 8 steps. They don't need to be different, strictly speaking. Yes. That's perfect. Once again, we have the requirements memo. We can also ask Butterfly to tell us more about it, so let's see what she has to say. We need to perfect our dance routines. We can pick up moves on the left and fill the routine in the middle. The memo tells us what we want for sure, but any routine that fits all suggestions is fine. That's the point. Any routine that fits all of our requirements is fine. So, you may note, all that we would need to do here is we need to kiss somewhere in the second half. We need to put a step up either as the first or last move. And we need to put 6 or more different moves. So let's say we wink, then kiss. And first we step up, we clap, we step right, wink, wink, kiss, step left, step back. That's a possible solution, but we could also do something completely different. We could go left, right, wink after kissing, snap your fingers, clap again. That would also get us there. Yep. That would be just as equally valid, because the point is that you can get creative. The game tells you some things, both in order to, make this a game at all. If I told you, I don't know, make anything, that wouldn't be much of a game, would it? But also to guide your creativity, because the blank page is scary. If I tell you, make a song, okay, what would it sound like? What would you want on it? That is scary. But if you have just any starting point, like make a song that has 4 rising progressions, that has 3 different tones in it, that kind of stuff. Now you've got something. You can fulfill the requirements, and then you listen to it, and then you then you think, we could also use this melody calls for something like that, and we can complete it like so. You know what we mean, yeah? Right. So I help you get away from the blank page, but after that, if you want to do something fancy, if you want to get creative, that is encouraged, in fact. And I found, to my great joy, when I gave this to people to playtest, that was precisely what they did, even though the requirements currently are very, very simple. Even though the requirements are not hard at all to fulfill, they didn't just do the requirements. No, they actually did quite a bit more than that just because they felt like it. Not to make me happy, because they wanted to make a cool song that sounded neat. And that, the game kind of lives and dies on that. Can I convince you to be creative for its own sake? So, I am very glad that I seem to have succeeded in that regard. I'm very glad that people engage with the game, because the fun part of it is that you can be creative. Like everybody who was born roughly between 1990 and the year 2005, 2010. Are kids still into Minecraft? What's the generational gap as far as Minecraft is concerned? Because I think Minecraft is falling out of favor. It's at least not the cultural touchstone that it used to be. It is still extremely popular. It is, of course, still, yeah, the movie exists. But can you unfold this? Yes. Can you refold it? Yes. Awesome. Minecraft is still certainly a big part of culture, but I feel it's less present than it used to be. It used to be that your parents knew what Minecraft was, your grandparents knew what Minecraft was. And not just because you told them. And I bring up Minecraft not only because, you know, if I get to be equally as popular, wouldn't hate that. I mean, what? Not only that, but because Minecraft is precisely that game. Used to be, there was not even anything you could remotely call an objective. Used to be, Minecraft was, here's the overworld. The nether does not exist. The end does not exist. There is no enchanting. There is no... there are barely NPCs. Listen, I can give you a full list of the NPCs that were in Minecraft at the time that it was super hype. Are you ready? Pig, cow, chicken, creeper, skeleton, zombie, spider. That's it. There were no friendly NPCs, there were no villagers, there was... The biomes only differed in that there were slightly different blocks in them, but there were many fewer biomes too, much less block variation. So there wasn't really anything to work towards. You couldn't beat Minecraft. Unless you count making a elongated monument that spanned from the top of the world to the bottom. Unless you counted that as beating Minecraft. I wouldn't be opposed to that idea, but still, there was not any intrinsic goal. You just played with it. You did it. You played creatively. And so that was all there was to it. And let me actually play my own game, maybe. It's an idea. So we need to put our band name. We need to put the members' names with no others. Elf is not currently a band member. And we need to use Tiger's favorite color. Huh, what is Tiger's favorite color? It hasn't come up. Well, Butterfly tells me to find her favorite color and draw anything with it. It's what she wore on picture day. There's your hint. Tiger's favorite color is the color of her dress. Yeah. You paid attention, right? You paid attention because this is a memory test. It is specifically designed that you can't simply spam through the game. So let us try this. Bandful. So what we're doing now is we are making a poster to advertise the band. So usually band posters are something like this, yeah? The band name's at the bottom. Then you've got members like so. One slightly further down here and you up here. Perfect. You can also, of course, draw freehand, which, let's say, using yellow, using the bigger crayon. There. Yeah. And obviously, we're gonna have to make a sky up here. And then we're gonna use the little crayon to put a bunch of stars here. Yeah. And then we've got a pile of, well, we can quite literally put a star shape. Haha. Then we can use these templates to draw some shapes. Now it just looks like a weird face. I don't love that. Let me undo that. No, the star is gonna go right here. There. That's better. Right. Well, that should already be us. Am I sure everything is correct? No. I've bamboozled myself. I've fallen into the nasty trap. Tiger wears the lighter color, doesn't she? It's Crimson who wears the darker purple. That is intentional. No, I will not change it. Figure it out. There we are. That's us. So, poster artistry. I mean, I came more from the flavor side. So, like, what would an idol club do? Obviously, you need to make songs, and you need to advertise your band, and you need to practice dance routines. So I came more from the logical side than the game development side. It's like, what would be a fun minigame? That's not where I came from. Obviously, I I did my best to make these into fun, enjoyable minigames, to make the gameplay varied and give you something enjoyable to do as you go. But this is very much a top-down game, which first is concerned with what would an idol club be like? What would you want to do for training? That being said, it is very much intentional that poster artistry will snag you up if you don't pay attention. If you just put whatever idols into whatever band and then you just click through the minigames without paying attention, without really engaging with the game, poster artistry is gonna snag you up. Because in order to pass it properly, you need information that is no longer available within the minigame, because you need to pay attention to who your band is. Also, another thing I would like to point out, all the idols, at least Butterfly, they talk in 90s slang. Intentionally, of course, because this game is set in the beautiful year of 2004, when things were a little bit simpler. Let's not go into all the ways the world has been messed up at that time and since then. It was a slightly simpler time, let's just agree on that. And that means that all the idols who are 18 in 2004, obviously they were born at the tail end of the 80s, and they had their formative years at the height of 90s culture, which was a time. If you are too young to remember 90s and early 2000s culture, ask your parents, or if your parents are too young to remember, ask your grandparents. It was a time. Oh man, early internet. What a magical place that was. So, it was very fun, and I'm not perfectly familiar with the culture myself. I'm not that old, but I made sure that Butterfly keeps talking in 90s slang, just to remind you that this is a period of history that we went through. And we used to say things like gnarly and radical and rad and awesome and all that, and we unironically meant it. Oh, itchy. There we are. So, what we have done now is we have successfully made it through the first month, and we can grab ourselves a new recruit. How's about let's grab Elf. She's great. I mean, I love all of the idols. I've spent 2 years now doting over their every detail, making their character art, writing them, making sure that they act and sound and look distinct. So, you know, how could I not? I've certainly spent enough time with them to the point that if I didn't love them, then I would have changed them by now. Let's see. Let's take a look. The previous band that we had 80 butterflies, so that's good. One of our goals achieved. The rest, not yet, but working on it. Yeah, I love all of the idols, obviously. But just like you're not supposed to have favorite children, Elf and Queen. Without contest. Let's go into our fourth and final basic minigame, which is line rehearsal. This is a more thinky, slightly less creative game, I admit. What we are doing here is we are doing Who Wants to Be an Idol, as it were. In this minigame, we have multiple questions. Teacher mentioned it during the opening dialogue too. We have several questions, and for each of them, each of the idols is going to contribute one response that they think is a decent answer to the question, or at least that is the intuitive answer that comes to them as they are asked. And for each of them, you need to sort through specifically what is the most idol-like response, because of course this isn't a test, strictly speaking. This isn't right or wrong. This is what is the most idol-like response, because you are training to be idols, and talking properly to fans and press is part of that. So there are often going to be questions where the best response isn't strictly obvious. In this case, the best response is this one from Elf, because it is cute, it is happy, it's funny. That's why that is the best response. This is actually Elf again. So what you're looking for is cute, funny, inspiring. So for instance here, well, there are several responses that are good. You know, there's Elf's playful response, acknowledging, yeah, there is deeper meaning behind their lyrics, but you figure it out. There is Lucky giving us a factual but somewhat uninspired response. Or we can have Butterfly, most important is what they mean to you. Since this is a vibes-based game where there's not any strict correct or wrong answers, each of the responses has a score of how good it is, and in order to help you out, you get 3 jokers, where if you activate one, the idols will like put their heads together, and they will mark in blue and red which responses are better, which ones are worse, just to help you if you're stuck, if you can't figure out what might be better, what might be a less idol-like response. In this case, naturally, I wrote all of them. I've had to write and assign to a specific idol because each response is specific to that idol. Hundreds of responses. There are so many of them. So many. Well, in addition to these dialogues, hey, did I mention that I've been working in, well, not working, but I've been doing creative writing for quite a while? Have I mentioned that? Is it obvious from the amount of dialogue and text and questions and responses that this game has? Is that obvious yet? Oh yeah, also, if you have a 4-person band and you have multiple possible dialogues within it, then you can actually see multiple dialogues at the same time for each minigame. That's awesome. But, well, this all seems to be working beautifully. I want to... it used to be that each of the idols had precisely one voice clip. For Butterfly it was that one. But that got quite samey quite quickly. So I went and I synthesized some additional voice clips. What I need to do later is I need to go over them and I need to make sure that they are all, you know, they sound the same, as in they are the same rough tones, because, well, the idols have different voices. Yeah. So Butterfly is around a C5, where Tiger is lower. I think she's around a F4. If you don't understand what that means, don't worry, it's not relevant. It just means Butterfly has a higher pitched voice than Tiger does. That's all that it means. But right now the voices need a little bit of refining. I need to make sure that they all sound similar while being different. They have the same cadence, so how quickly the sounds play. If we pay attention to Butterfly's voice right now, that one, that specific voice clip, that has longer notes, and that clashes a little bit with, if we listen. Whoops, that was a repeat. There. It clashes a little bit with the quick notes that she normally says. So, just, gotta make sure that all of the voice clips sound similar enough. I also need to make sure that the audio balancing is right, because this voice clip that she just played is more than a little bit quieter than the others that she has. Okay, so what happened during the dialogue that I didn't read out is we have gained access to concerts. It is naturally a big part of being an idol band is you have to give concerts. Otherwise, what's gonna happen? In this case, we're just going to start out in our classroom singing to our classmates. But hey, start small, start with what you can do. At this point, the game has also opened up, and we can choose which minigame we want to go to. That well, that is about the halfway point of the demo. I am, however, I'm going to temporarily quit the game, just so that it doesn't make noise in the background, because it is break time. It is desperate break time. I am going to explode if I need to spend any more time without getting to the restroom, so I'm going to do precisely that. Stand up, stretch my legs a bit, use the restroom. You guys feel free to do the same thing. When we come back, we are going to finish our playthrough of the demo. So far, it looks great. It looks like everything is just the way that we want it. It's working. Everything's awesome. That's great. And I completely forgot that I wanted to take some screenshots, so maybe we can also do that. Right. So, gonna be a beep for a bit. Gonna run some ads while we are on break, just to make sure that the pre-rolls stay away. And you're not gonna miss anything, don't worry. We'll be back in a few minutes time, and then we will finish our playthrough. See you in a bit. Okay, let us continue. The restroom has been used. I've eaten more of my delicious bell pepper and vegetable burrito. You know, it is what it is. It is food. And we should appreciate it for that. So, let us continue. So. Oh, it doesn't save. That's... I think that's okay. That's fine. We're gonna have to do this a little manual then. Well, at one point, I gotta fix that. I need to make sure that the demo gets its proper save games. Otherwise, we're gonna have an issue. I'm pretty sure I know what the issue is, too. But... Well, if we couldn't figure it out, then that would be a no-go, but I'm positive I will. So, fortunately, I have entirely too many save games, so I can just go back to the place that we were. Excellent. So, yes, thank you, Butterfly, thank you. Already seen that. So, we sign up to play at the classroom, and fortunately, our idol band is going to be slightly different now, because on this save, well, I've recruited different idols, but that's okay, that's fine. I say, it's alright. So, then, what do we feel like doing? Let's see poster artistry. Because, specifically, yeah. Because I need to recreate all of the screenshots that I have taken. And I don't remember our band name. Oh no! This is terrible. This is terrible. This is absolutely terrible. But I need to recreate the screenshots that I've made for Steam in order to, you know, have screenshots on the Steam page, but those should be representative of the state of the game as it is. I might be forgiven if the post-it was colored. You know what, I'm not gonna worry too much about it. It'll be a quick process either way. So, but what we do need to do is we need to remember it was Lucky, Jade, Butterfly, and Tiger. So we'll just throw all of those in right now. And in addition, this time the minigame is asking 3 different, well, for us to use 3 shapes right now. So let's have a blue flower. Yeah, blue flowers exist, not with blue leaves, but let's have a yellow flower and a red flower. Yeah. And look, here comes a butterfly. Oops. Hey, how convenient. I did a thing that I didn't mean to. Let's just undo that. There we are. I like that look. These crayon pastel pixel colors. I like them. I really do. But that should be us if I've got the correct band name. I did not, which is unfortunate because the band name was the first thing that I put on here. So we are unfortunately going to have to toss all of that. It was Darling Sparkle. Oops. Well, we can intentionally fail this minigame just to, you know, test, because that's what we're here to do. We are here to test that it is working correctly. So, it is correctly evaluating, it is finding that the requirement isn't met, and then it is playing Butterfly's reassuring dialogue. Unfortunately, we don't get any story dialogue. Well, that's your punishment for failure. If you want story, be better. That's a bit crass, but yeah, that's the way it goes. Either way, though, success or like whether you get a correct solution for the minigame or not, you do still get um, to go to the concert. At which point, Butterfly will send you a letter, again, ask your parents. If you're under the age of, I don't know, 40, ask your parents. Letters were a thing that we used to write because it used to be we only had limited means of communication and we couldn't instantly communicate any amount of poop emojis to anyone. So we had to write stuff down on paper and make sure that that paper got to someone else, and it was a huge bother. But Butterfly is retro like that, and it so happens that this game predates, well, the game's time window predates the proliferation of the iPhone. Of course, it does not predate the proliferation of the flip phone, which also did texts and whatnot perfectly well. Haha, email list. Remember when those existed? Anyway, so she sends you a letter. It's really cute. Sums up all the stuff that happened at the concert, which some of it is flavor text, some of it is actually quite relevant. There are some things that you should be paying attention to. Anyway, let us... Well, I'm in a bit of a pickle here, yeah? I'm in a bit of a pickle because... Well, no, I will know when it happens. So it appears that I have well and truly broken the save system, as I already knew. What's happening is the demo and the full game are technically, as far as Steam is concerned, they are different games. But what that means is there is a Steamworks extension officially produced by the people who produce Game Maker Studio, because don't know why, but there is such an extension which does need to be told, hey, what is your app ID, right? What is the ID that Steam will understand for your game? And because the demo and the full game are different games, they need to be told different IDs. This is simple enough. It's a simple matter of the run config. But it apparently breaks something about the save management. I'm not sure what, but we'll figure it out soon enough. Right. So it does appear that, well, at least as far as at least as far as the minigames, as far as the happy case in the minigames, everything's working, which is great. I'm sure if I give this to someone to test, they will find another issue, but the basics of it all work, they don't crash, all is well. Awesome. This is the second to last week that we have. Let's go to another concert. Let's go to the talent show. That's good. That's awesome. Let's do hop step. Smile. So, I think, well, it's not exactly time for a post-mortem because it's not like this game has lived or died in the public consciousness yet, but let's maybe do a bit of review. I am quite satisfied with the way that the game's going. I'm quite satisfied with the way that it's working for now, as I will be mostly wrapping up. There's a bit more content to add for sure. There's some content that isn't accessible in the demo, but which will be, in the full version. But as I was talking about previously with the Mario Odyssey example, I need to put at least one of these and at least one of these. Here we are. As I was talking about with the Mario Odyssey example, establishing a control scheme and sticking by it consistently is really, really, really powerful. I would even say it's important. It is important because that way, well, you don't need to explain any new elements. How do you interact with, like, a flagpole in Mario Odyssey? Well, there are two possible options. You jump at it or you throw your head at it. For most elements in that game, both will work. So, establishing a consistent language, establishing a consistent means of interaction is important. It is important because then, well, you remove the friction. The player knows how they can interact with stuff, they know how stuff works. As soon as something new comes up, they know what to make of it. But, and that is what we've done here. Because the language of the game is you have a thing and you put the thing in the slot. So there are two ways to interact with something in Hit Idle. Either you click on it or you drag it into a slot. That's all there is to it, really. Let's see. What do you think? This, for instance, here, this is a meaningful mechanical line. The way that this letter is generated is, as most things, it is highly overcomplicated, but it is cute. The basic of it is that there's a huge pool of different lines, as in these individual statements here, that the letter can draw from. And they all have different conditions for when they can be inserted. And the game grabs the ones that make sense, that have their conditions met, puts them in a pool. There's some logic for selecting which ones to grab. For instance, this line here in the middle of the page, this relates to the popularity of the band. Because if you go to a concert where, well, it's a small pond situation where you would be able to go to a larger concert, then we want to point this out. Hey, you're supposed to go to the biggest one that you can. So this always shows. In this case, that's the only one that had to be shown. So everything else after this is flavor lines, I call them, which are less relevant exactly. They are just world building. Naturally, it's not like they're unimportant. They tell you about the world and the idols. But they don't carry any mechanical meaning. Right, this is... Oh yeah, right, the demo is actually 1 week longer. We get this wonderful dialogue here, where... I suppose let's talk about this mechanic. So, math is sometimes a bit of a bugger, isn't it? I'll just talk through this. Math is more than sometimes a little bit of a bugger. So this is maybe me having a personal gripe, but if you think about it, how many members can a band really have, specifically an idol band where like the music comes from off screen and everybody's a singer? How many singers can one band support? Because there are some K-pop bands that I'm aware of that have like 8 front-facing singers, and that's just too much. They are getting in each other's way. They are very difficult to distinguish. Listen, they are, because their voices are not that distinct. And they get in each other's way, so what I wanted to make sure was, in Hit Idol, a band can have at most 4 members, because that's just about the most that is reasonable. Otherwise, you get in each other's way. But what that does mean is you also need at least 3 members, because if you have just 2, then that's not really a band, that's just more of a duo act. So, your options are 3 or 4. That means, well, what happens if you have 5 idols? Well, that's complicated, because you can't put them all together in the same band. Besides, I would have to make space on the screen to put them somewhere. That wouldn't be useful. That wouldn't be great. So, instead of that, in order to make sure that the 5th idol who becomes the problem can still engage in training somewhat, that they are not doing nothing at all and falling behind on their stats, in order to make sure of that, there's the helper slot, which is that the idol isn't, strictly speaking, like publicly speaking, they are not part of the band. They're taking a break from the spotlight. But they are still participating, obviously. They're still participating in the training, which means they are also learning, they are helping out. They're just, as far as the public knows, they are not there. that's as far as the public knows. Meaning you have something to do with your helper. Also, once you have 6 idols, well, with 6 idols you can make 2 bands, which adds up perfectly. Two bands add up perfectly, and after that, once you get your 7th idol, well, you get your choice. You can go 3 and 4, or you can still go 3 and 3. And at that point, you can then have 1 idol serve as the helper. Let's count our different tones. Here we have B, F, that's E, B, F, E. This is IF. No, it's not. This is G. Right. B, G, low F, no, low E. Here we have high F. This is A. This is low C. So that is 6 different tones. Excellent. That will be us. So you can have 3 and 4, or you can have 3 and 3 and 1 helper. And likewise, once you have recruited the 8th and final idol, you can also have them in the arrangement 4 and 4, using all of your idols, or you can have 3 and 4. You can also have 3 and 3 and 1 helper and 1 idol do nothing, or you can do what you like. You can really do whatever you want, but as for the productive combinations, that's what you can do. And the idea is something that I haven't mentioned until now. There is a hype curve where a band gains popularity quite quickly as it is new. So you start with a good bit of popularity, then you get even more as your name becomes established and you are still the new thing, but it quickly peaks, and after about 6 weeks or so, it falls off drastically, because if you are not the newest thing, then something else is, and that is going to draw their attention. Right. That's the idea. So, how do you avoid that? How do you make sure that you are always the newest thing? Well, fortunately, it is easy to direct the fickle attention of your audience, because all that you really need to do is you need to change something about the band. You need to change something. You need to change 1 member. So you need to make a configuration that didn't exist yet, even if it is like majoritively the same members. As long as someone's different, we're good. And for that purpose, that is why you might want to swap someone into the helper role, just so that they are doing something productive, even if you currently need to make a configuration for a band which only has 3 idols in order for those bands to get high popularity. Why do you want that? Well, you want to go to concerts, don't you? And you want to train the best, and for that, you gotta be popular. So this is the end of the demo. Unfortunately, I'm currently on the release build, so I can't properly show it off, but it doesn't really matter um, because the demo is identical to the main game, except that it ends after this. Here we find out that teacher has some backstory. There are a few villains who oh, that's not good. Need to fix that. Oopsie. Oopsie poopsie. Hey, found a bug. Excellent. Playtesting success. Yeah, that photo of Butterfly needs to be made undraggable. But, so teacher has a few people in his backstory who truly do deserve what is getting to them. Photo is draggable in demo and dialogue because due to them, a already quite long and what was promising to be a fruitful career with a PhD in archaeology was ruined. Teacher was disgraced and essentially just sent out of consciousness. So what's going to happen is you are going to use your idols as proxies in order to enact a little bit of justice. That is hit idol for us. Right. Well, that's that. I've got, as we've just noticed, I've got a little tiny bit more polish to do. Actually, we can do that right now. That we have found right here, the table room handler, is what manages that dialogue, and it is right here. It is here. During this dialogue, what needs to happen is that Butterfly normally is not draggable, so multiple things happen. For most elements, I don't need to concern myself with whether or not you can pick them up, because there is the dark highlighter that is in front of them, and all of my draggable elements look, is there something in front of me, in which case the player clicked on that and not on me. That in order to only pick up the top element that is visually in front, as opposed to if you have multiple photos lying on top of each other, if you click in the middle, you don't want to pick all of them up, you just want to pick up the one that's lying on top, right? So, but in Butterfly's case, in order to be perfectly visible, what she does is she moves herself to the dialogue layer here, and, well, if she is already draggable, then she needs to be made not draggable. Easy as that. Here. So, we need to first scan, is this photo of Butterfly draggable? Because there are three possible scenarios. It could be that she's currently in a band, in which case she is not draggable, and we want to maintain that she isn't. Or she could be in the helper slot, or she could just be idle, not doing anything, in which case in those two cases, we want to make Butterfly temporarily undraggable, but we want to make her redraggable after we are done with the dialogue. So, Van's photo was draggable is Van's butterfly photo is draggable. Right. So this tells us, hey, was this draggable to begin with? Then we want to make sure that as this dialogue plays, not move draggable to dialogue layer. No, we want to call butterfly photo make undraggable in order to make sure that you can't pick her up. Yes, that's good. And then at the end of the dialogue, we want to make another script call to restore draggability with the arguments of the butterfly photo on the band screen and band's photo was draggable. So that is going to call to this function right here, which takes a draggable and whether or not it was draggable to begin with, and all that it does is if it was supposed to be draggable, then make it so. Otherwise, if it wasn't supposed to be draggable, then leave it undraggable. This is with the implication underneath that the draggable in question is never draggable to begin with. Right. And this time, she well and truly is not. Excellent. Excelente. I suppose we can call that good. Yeah. That's us. Well, I mean, not like this would have exactly broken much of anything. This is just a tiny little display bug. I'm gonna call it a display bug. Technically it is functionality that you can pick her up, but it doesn't break the game, is the point. That is the point. Good. That's us. So, what's going to happen now is that I will be doing a little more polish on this, make sure that all of the audio balancing is just perfect. And after that, well, I can submit this. I can submit this build. Well, I'm also gonna have to take screenshots, but you know, that's quick enough. Submit this, get it reviewed by Steam, get it put up on Steam, at which point I suppose we can publish our Steam page. Awesome! And with that, I'll be able to enter into the Steam Next Fest, where I've already signed up. So really, I just need to publish the Steam page. And then that'll be good, because I've been intentionally conservative with what I do in this game, such that I can make polish that applies to all versions, but at the same time I'm being safe with it, and that I'm not breaking anything that I might not want to break, that I might not be able to fix. Otherwise, that would be quite bad. Because then, if I break something, first I need to identify that I have broken it. Yeah. I need to identify that I have broken it, and then I need to fix it, and the more that you change, the more do you break. So I made kind of a soft code freeze here. But that's me. That's something that I am going to get to. And then from that point forward, once we have the Steam demo in place, what we can do is after that we can work on the full release, right? We can release the soft code freeze, and we can work on the few things that still need to be added. I say it's a few things. I mean, it's not a terribly long list, but there is a good amount of stuff left to get to, which I think I'll be able to get through it in the time that I've scoped out for it. Yeah, I think that'll work out perfectly well. But that is all future talk. We'll get there. We'll get our full release and it's gonna be awesome and stuff like that. But for right now, that is gonna be me for today. Thank you all so much for watching, chatting, hanging out, all the stuff that you do. I will be back at this again, as I mentioned, probably pushing forward in development next week. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 9 AM Central European Time till 1 PM usually. I often go over a little bit, but you'll catch me around, I'm sure. So that's 9 AM was 5 hours ago. Anyway, the point is there are localized times beneath the stream. Thank you for hanging out. We are going to put on a little raid, which is we're going to go to Bro Dude, who isn't a game maker developer really. He's making something a little different. Apparently, he or they are quite an established SM64 ROM hacker and are now working on an original game which is, well, like Super Mario 64. Which is great because I maintain that Super Mario 64 is literally one of the best games to exist. Unironically. Yes, best is the word that I want to use. It is simultaneously one of the most influential games, but I also think it's one of the best. It is extremely worth playing. So, if somebody who has a lot of experience making Super Mario 64 levels is making a game that's like that, hey, isn't that something? But, well, see for yourself. We're gonna hop over there, I'm gonna hop off. Thank you, and goodbye.